the officer. This is a very simple application. The Range, as a retailer, have for a number of years been supportive of the Lakeland proposed development and have agreed to be the anchor tenant of the scheme. Following the issuing of planning permission last year, the Range reviewed the consent against their current store layout formats. Their internal store fit-out team has specifically requested that condition 1 of the permission be tailored to reflect their current store requirements, showing confirmation that pet goods, hobbycraft, a cafe and a small area of food be confirmed in the permission. Following providing these units in the small scale levels indicated by the case officer will be ancillary uses, and the use of Unit 5 will continue to be a bulk goods retail warehouse. Indeed, the approved plans do show a cafe indicated in Unit 5, but again, the Range have asked for the cafe to be listed on the permission on condition 1. Overall, these very minor amendments to the Lakelands approval, which merely just seek to reflect the requirements of the Range. The officer has also rightly observed that the proposed changes in his report do not raise any planning issues in terms of retail policy, parking, or environmental health issues. We welcome the fact that the case officer has dealt with the application as quickly as possible, as it allows AM Grange to push on with the development. We therefore respectfully request the committee endorse the case officer recommendation and approve the application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you much, Eamon. Have we any questions, members? No. Doesn't seem to be any questions, so I'm going to just move to Darren.
Happy to take any questions, members.
Robert?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Tom, Darren, just clarity basically with regard to the alteration. It's just item 3, the sale of food and drink from up to 250 square meters. Is that in essence a mini supermarket then?
Well, for planning officers, the way we would look at it is this is a large unit, and this is a small area within that large unit, which will allow them to sell food and drink from. So it'll not be a supermarket as you'd commonly know a supermarket to be. It'll be a bulky goods store. Within that, you'll have some areas where they'll be selling food and drink. An example that was given to me is beside a till. When you're standing beside a till, there'll be food and drink there for sale. So there will be a floor space area selling food and drink, but I wouldn't, and planning officer wouldn't consider it to be a supermarket.
That's okay. Just wanted that clarification. Thank you.
Okay. No other questions for Darren. So, Tommy?
Carly, thanks, Chair. Well, given that there's no further questions, I'm just happy to recommend the recommendation from the officer for the approval.
Thank you. And have I got a seconder? Anthony?
Yeah, I can second that.
Okay. Are we all agreed? Okay, gentlemen, that concludes business for you.
Just confirm that. Members, just to confirm then, so the application was recommended for approval. Members have granted approval for the development for the application and subject to 28 conditions within the report.
Okay, we're going to move on to application 2, and that's LA 10 2022 0472. Let's go to Jonas.
Okay, members, good afternoon. So application 2 is LA 10 2022 0472. It's a housing development of 51 units in Kesh, Drummoney Road, Kesh, and the applicant is Graham Quality Homes Limited. The recommendation is to approve plan permission. Okay, so here's a site location plan on your screen of where the housing development is located. So you can see the Drumawinny Road to the right-hand side of that map. And heading northwards, you're going in the direction of Kesh town, and heading to the south, you're going towards Lisnarrick. This is a satellite image of the plan. So you can see it's agricultural field to the south, and a field to the north with a bit of hardcore and a laneway. So the recommended, or the block plan that has been submitted with the application shows an area of open space to the north of the site. You can see the access to the right-hand side along the Drumnawinny Road, and there's also a linkway to the west of the site, but it doesn't actually carry through to Castle Manor, but there's future potential for that access road to continue through. So looking at the site, when travelling along the main Drummoney Road towards Kesh, you might be familiar with development on the left-hand side. So houses are dispersed, and there's a bungalow located just there below the application site. And then this is the far side, heading towards the Lisnarrick. There's also another bungalow, so the access is actually surrounded by 2 existing dwellings. In terms of the house types, there's a varied mix of house types proposed within the development. So this is an example house type C, so it's just a regular 2-storey dwelling, semi-detached, and another house which is situated in the corners. So this house is double fronted. So when you're driving through the estate, you'll have at no stage will you see the rear of the dwelling, so it'll front on to the main access road, and another pair of semi-detached houses. In relation to the site entrance, which is obviously very important, the developer has proposed single-storey hip roof dwellings either side of the site entrance, and that's to mirror what's situated along the main road. And as you drive along this stretch, the development will be situated in behind, and it shouldn't be too obvious along that stretch of road. So the recommendation is to approve plan permission subject to 14 conditions.
Okay, thank you. And we have Mr. David McKinley online. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yep.
I can indeed, yes.
Perfect. Perfect.
So the floor is yours, David. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Don't have very much, but thank you, Chair and committee members, for allowing me to speak on behalf of Harold Graham, Graham Quality Homes, the applicant, in support of the application to approve a housing development of 51 dwellings of various house types and open space to Drummoney Road, Kesh, and with pedestrian and cycle linkages through to the adjoining Castle Manor site. My presentation won't take long. Sorry. We started this journey with Paul McDermott when he was in Enniskillen a couple of years ago with a PAN application to obtain all statutory requirements for the development. As this was a major application, we advertised and attended the public meeting held in Kesh. Residents did attend, and we took on board the concerns and submitted the application. With the application, a PAN document and all consultee responses was attended to. Basically, front-loaded the application in line with protocol. Out of one of the NAE responses, we had a tree survey to do, and that was done fairly quickly. So that was the only thing that held us back. The planning application was made in May 22, and we were sitting before the committee with an approved recommendation in February 23, 9 months later, which isn't bad for a housing development. My client, Harold, would like to thank Paul for the initial pad through Darren, and in particular, Planning Officer Mark McCarroll. This application was a great success with minimum of additional information. So on behalf of Harold and myself, I'd like to thank the planning team on their speed to bringing this to an approval. That's me. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer. I'll not hold anybody back too long today. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, David. Have we any questions, members? No, I'm not seeing any questions. Okay, these are only try to get in. Well, I seen Earl's light. blinking, so I'm going to knock John back on there. Okay, so David, that concludes your input. Martin, have you anything else to add?
No, nothing to add unless anybody has any questions they wish to ask.
Okay, Earl?
Okay, Chair, I've no questions for the planning officer, and I'm happy enough with what Mr. McKinley has said. I'm happy to propose a recommendation as listed, with the 14 conditions attached. Thank you.
Okay, John?
I'll come in and second Earl's proposal. The engagement with the community was very well received, and it's noted that the engagement actually led to positive outcomes for everybody, and it'll close off that bit. I know it's referred to as agricultural land, but as somebody in the area would say, if you saw the devil tethered in it, you had to cut him loose, because it's not great quality land, but will make good sites for houses.
Okay, and Robert?
Thanks very much, Chair. Tom, it's more a comment. I think it's on the back of the comment that David made himself, actually. It's to compliment our officers, actually, for turning around such a good quality application. But it's also a comment that when applicants, through their agents, actually provide the necessary information to the quality required by our officers, we can process applications. Sorry, and I use the global way. Our officers can process applications in steady, quick time, and therefore it's in everybody's interest to do everything up front, do any discussion and applications. If they're compliant with policy, will stream through. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Robert, and I concur with that. And the only additional comment I would make there, it's always on the whim of our statutory consultees that we can process our applications through to, because sometimes they do hold things up, and we would appeal to them to have the resources to allow us to do our jobs with our citizens in the area. So members, you've heard it proposed and seconded. Are we all agreed? Okay, thank you. Martin?
So the recommendation was to approve planning permission as detailed within the report. So members have granted planning permission subject to the 14 conditions within the report.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to go to application number 3 now, and that's LA 10 2021 1039.
Sorry, through the chair. I've lost audio, Chairman. If it, maybe it's just me. I don't know if you can hear me or not. It's Mary.
We can hear you, Mary.
Can hear you now, Thomas, but there's running through the presentation, but there's no speaking. Was there speaking at that stage?
We haven't started yet, Mary.
Okay then, thanks.
Apologies, Councillor, just setting the presentation up. So application number 3 then, members. LA 10 2021 1039. It's a full application by Jay Sheridan for a new toilet facilities and a car park attendance office. And the location then is at the Culca Boardwalk Trail on the Marl Bank Road. And the recommendation is to refuse planning permission. The reasons listed within the report and subject to 2 reasons. Just take members through the details of the application. On the screen then on the left then is an aerial ordnance survey image just showing the location of the site. On the right then is a map, a flyover map, and you can see the existing car park then as you come in off the road with the cars parked on it. So the red star is the location of the existing car parking. The application is accompanied by a block plan showing a survey of the site at the moment, and that's the drawing on the left. And then a zoomed in image just of the parking is on the slide on the right, just for members' information. And you can see the informal arrangement of the car park. Our site then is to the left of the car park, as you'll recall from the site visit. And the block plan then shows the location of the new toilet block, and it's identified roughly in the position of that red rectangle, members, on the aerial image on the right-hand side. So give you a rough idea of where we are. So looking then in detail at the block plan, you can see the yellow star is the location of the new toilet block. It's on the other side of the laneway from the car parking on the grassed area. There'll be a new Kingspan cesspool constructed beside the building, which will be linked through to the toilets. And then there's a note on the drawing, storm to shuck, and I'm sure the agents will want to comment on that and refer to that in their presentation and their speaking rights. The building itself then is 7 by 7 roughly, 7 meters by 7, and is on the screen. So what you have is the gents, ladies, a disabled toilet, shower room, a store, and an office. And the elevations then of the building then is in Kingspan wood effect panels in natural oak color with grey anthracite fascia and grey gutters and down pipes. So internally then, members, just go back to the block plan. So what you have inside the building then and the floor plan and the gents on the left-hand side of the blue star. So you have 3 wash hand basins and 2 urinals and the 2 toilets. The ladies then, you have the 2 wash hand basins and the 2 toilets, and then a disabled toilet and shower room. And at the back then with the black star, as you can see, there's an office with a storeroom at the side of the building looking out on the side. The front then is a covered area with a wooden privacy panel along the front of the building. And again, members, that's just a rough location of the building on site. So the black then, members, the black rectangle is the cesspool, and it'll be located then in this area here on the left, as you can see from the slide. So it's an existing picnic area, and the building will sit there. The cesspool then will be down on the slope on the left-hand side and will require the removal of the hazel trees. And that's just another view. So you're standing looking towards the site. The cesspool then is going to be at the bottom of the slope in the area then of the hazel trees. That's just another image, members, showing the location of the site. So you'll look from the report, members, that some of the key issues then relate to the impact upon the environment. The council has received information accompanying the application, and that has been sent off to Statute Consultee NIA, who are listening in and are in attendance today, members, and are available for questions. They don't have speaking rights, but if members wish to ask them questions, we can arrange for that as part of the presentation today. Just a few comments that they have referred to. I've pulled those out of their comments, Consultee replies. In terms of the site, it's calcareous grassland, but NAD, as NIA, NED, Natural Environment Division, note that the Ecological Appraisal Report does not make reference to the proposed area for development and does not provide any information on the habitats within the development. NED consider the habitat to be developed upon as most likely calcareous grassland that may be in an unfavourable condition due to lack of grazing and possible vehicular disturbance. As a feature of the site that is being capable of restored, NED consider that the development should not take place. So as part of the application, there will be the removal of the calcareous grassland. You can see there'll be an excavation of the site to create a flat building platform with the concrete raft foundation. Then there'll be additional excavation along the side of the site to create the area for the cesspool to be constructed, which will also result in a change to the gradients of the land. And that's the cesspool, members, just for your information. So, as I say, members, it will require the removal of this area of grassland and the hazel trees at the bottom of the site. The supporting information from the ecologist then, members, just pulled out their summary. It says the survey area was small, so around 0.05 hectares, and predominantly poor quality calcareous grassland, which is a Northern Ireland priority habitat, showing signs of nutrient enrichment. It forms part of a larger area of 2 contiguous fields, around 0.7 hectares, of high quality calcareous grassland, pavement, hazel scrub. Some areas of the adjacent Some areas of the adjacent area have seen eutrophication and littering from visitor use as informal toilet areas in the absence of formal facilities. Other habitats adjacent to the survey site include hazel, scrub, ash, woodland and river. The summary then notes that there's no toilet facilities at the moment, and there is a negative impact from litter and also from the informal toilet usage upon the environment. The summary does include mitigation as part of the application, and the mitigation is described as that the development should minimise the loss of grassland habitat. The current proposal at 0.05 hectare fulfills this. This says the area loss should be compensated by significantly reducing the use of the priority habitat as an informal toilet area, which is causing littering and eutrophication, which is a significant issue. And there's also a proposal to create a dry stone wall as a barrier between the toilet facility and the adjacent woodland gorge site. In addition to the impact upon those matters, the NED have also noted the impact upon bryophyte and lichen assemblages. That's mosses and lichen in common sort of phrases. Within the area, or within the development area of hazel trees, where the cesspit is to be located, this area can support a range of bryophytes and lichen communities. And NED consider the proposal opposes or is detrimental to the conservation objectives for those features, which are to maintain the abundance and distribution of feasible enhanced populations. Another issue, members, then that is an important material consideration is the impact upon the karst features, the earth sands features. So the proposed development is entirely within the Marlbank SSA, less than 100 metres east of Monastery Gorge, where the, I forget my pronunciation, Achernon River sinks and continues underground to the Marble Arch show caves. Part of the cave passages associated with the sink underlies the northwestern end of the red line development boundary. And there are also 2 potholes inside the red line boundary. Drawing number 1, beside the toilet block attendance office, it indicates the storm to shuck location, which corresponds very closely to the application of one of these potholes. And so the statutory consultee is advising the council that the proposed development has potential direct and indirect impacts on the earth sand features of the Marlbank ASSI. Given the rarity and sensitivity of karst, NED have concerns about the impact the proposal might have should it be granted approval. So it is recommended that it is not given approval on earth sands conservation grounds. And you'll note, members, in the drawing on the right of that paragraph, I've underlined where it says storm to shuck. So in terms then of members in the decision for you today, obviously NED have referred to the SSI and the conservation objectives. What's before you today is a planning application, and the planning policy then is obviously material. So you have 2 policies, policy NH3, Sites of Nature Conservation Importance National, and NH5, Habitats, Species or Features of Natural Heritage Importance. If you take NH3, it says the planning permission will only be granted for development proposal that is not likely to have an adverse effect on the integrity, including the value of the site to the habitat network or special interest of an ASSI. If there is an adverse effect, a development proposal can only be permitted where the benefits of the proposal clearly outweigh the value of the site. In such cases, mitigation and compensatory measures will be required. Similarly, for priority habitats and the features of earth science conservation importance, which are the karst features, permission will only be granted for a development proposal which is not likely to result in the unacceptable adverse impact or damage to those features. And then again, you can permit a development proposal, but mitigation is required. So members, when you're reaching your decision today, it's the planning policies that you have to consider and those critical words within those policies. NH3, could the development adversely affect a site of national importance? NH5 is likely to result in an unacceptable adverse impact. And those are the policies that are key today. There is reference from the applicant to a previous approval on the site, and I put that on the screen just for your information. On the left then is the public document showing the red line of the site. On the right hand side then is the actual plan, and you can see the green area has been overlaid the red area. The approval itself then is largely where the existing car park is. Maybe the access is not maybe in the correct place, but certainly the location of the car park is more or less where it was previously approved. However, that has expired, and the 1991 approval. There is toilets available locally, members. I'm sure you know the area. The site then is the Green Star, and Killykeegan Cottage are obviously public toilets, which are nearby, about 0.7 of a mile, I think, along the road towards Killykeegan Cottage. And that's the public toilets that are available nearby. So in summary, members, just to go through that, so the issues then are the impact on the hazel trees will be removed, the impact on the karst features, the earth science, and there's no consideration of the impacts upon those earth science features, the direct and indirect impacts from the storm shock on the earth science features, and then also you'll note within the report, members, the size of the building would be considered to be in excess of what really is needed at the site. A smaller building may be more suitable. There are also toilets, public toilets, 0.7 miles away from the site. So those are the key issues under consideration today.
Okay, thank you very much, Sharon. Now we have John O'Brien, John Sheridan, and then we have Mr. Peter McAvoy, ecologist. Gentlemen, you're very welcome. Now, gentlemen, you have 10 minutes, so whichever way you want to split that up between yourselves. Whoever wants to lead.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. As agent, I will be speaking in favour of the application, together with Peter McAvoy, the ecologist, and Mr. Sheridan, the applicant, who is not speaking on this particular application, but he is better placed to answer any questions regarding his family's association with the mountain. They have been custodians of the mountain for generations, farming with respect for the environment, and they are proud of their achievements along the way. In the 90s, when walking and climbing were becoming popular, increased traffic on this minor road and the lack of parking provision was having an effect on the activities on the local community, and in particular farmers who could not move freely with machinery because of roadside parking, including in gateways, hindering the access to the fields and livestock. In 1999, in response to this issue, the Sheridans gained planning permission and constructed a car park at the entrance to the Culca Way at their own cost, and no ulterior motive save sharing the mountain with visitors and allowing the locals to move freely. At that stage, there were about 3,000 visitors annually, and the system worked well. At this stage, I'd like to state that without Mr. Sheridan's goodwill and cooperation with Fermanagh District Council to enter his lands and construct the boardway, there would be no stairway to heaven, as it is referred to. This facility brought with it its own problems, in particular traffic issues, as mentioned earlier, but on a massive scale, with visitor numbers rising to 70,000 per annum. Something had to be done, and Mr. Sheridan was to the fore again, creating a booking system which would control the number of visitors arriving on the site at any one time. To control the timing of visits to the mountain, Mr. Sheridan has implemented a management system to spread visitor demand over a longer period, seeking to reduce the need for large car park provision without significantly reducing the availability of the boardwalk for visitors. This will produce a much higher occupancy rate for individual parking spaces and concentrate management of visitors into a smaller area, reducing the health and safety implications of pedestrians mixing with vehicles along the access track and along the narrow Marbank Road. A permanent small office space for administration and toilets are necessary to provide welfare facilities and security for the superintendent on site, and the site is continuously monitored by security cameras, deterring vandalism and breaking into cars, which were prevalent when cars were parked along the road. Apart from the car parking issue, the main problem is the lack of facilities on site for visitors, many of whom have travelled long distances and who expect to have toilet provision on their destination, as is usual at tourist hotspots. On the Marble Arch Caves publication, it is stated that the Marble Arch Visitor Centre is not available for people walking the Culca Way Boardwalk Trail and direct people to Killykeegan. Now, all of the time during the pandemic, it was closed, and many times when I've went to the area, it has been closed. But to further advise people to plan ahead for using toilet facilities and list the nearest public toilets. Balcoo Village, 6.3 miles from Culca Boardwalk. Derrygonnelly, 25.1. Derry Lynn, 18.9. Enniskillen Town, 12 miles. Not planning ahead has led to walkers leaving the designated path to toilet, and this is not sustainable, as the boardwalk was constructed to prevent walkers from damaging the protected blanket bog and protect the habitat of the area, and in doing so, the opposite, and causing this is doing the opposite and causing health and safety issues with the pollution risk, given the proximity of the Marble Arch Caves drainage system. The situation was exacerbated when many toilets were closed during the pandemic, and management had no suitable way of dealing with the issue without the necessary facilities. We've positioned the toilets within the red line area that denotes the planning permission, the planning approval for the car and coach park under application L99-109, and would submit that this is a suitable area for the proposed building, as the area has been previously assessed as suitable for development. Mr. Sheridan could have used a complete approved site for parking, but chose instead to limit the area to a flat section, retaining the natural features, allowing the car park to seamlessly integrate into the environment. The previous application setback has been submitted to the Planning Office, and as is the proposed location map with the original approval superimposed, and the proposed toilet block will be wholly contained within the original approved site, as we've seen on the screen. Regarding policy and history, sites of nature conservation important, it is relevant, but as stated above, this area was considered suitable development in 1999 after going through the rigorous application process. In the meantime, it's been used as a picnic area, and the damage that people have been caused by picnicking in the area it's relevant at this stage. For the Sheridan family, owners of the land on which the boardwalk is built on, conservation remains a key priority for the attraction, and the family is dedicated to protecting this unique geological wonderland, welcoming people from all over the world, and introducing pre-booking of car parking spaces to help in the mission of protecting the bogland. Indeed, from the outside, they have used every available tool at their disposal and have worked tirelessly with the council and other stakeholders to continue this work. And the issue of lack of toilet facilities dominate many of the agendas. We respectfully ask you to consider our submission and grant approval for the necessary facility, and we would be pleased to answer any questions. But I will hand over to the ecologist, Mr. Peter McAvoy, who will address other concerns.
Peter?
Thank you, John. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to the Planning Officer for summarising my preliminary ecological appraisal. So I don't need to cover that again, but I note NIA or NED's ongoing concerns, and I'll address those very quickly. So regardless of whether this application proceeds, there are 70,000 visitors per annum conservatively visiting this site. So the NED have said that if the site is capable of restoration. So I've acknowledged its priority habitat, and as is NED, I have suggested it's not good quality calcareous grassland. It's enriched. It's a picnic area. It is heavily trafficked. NED recognise that could be restored. I would argue that with 70,000 people visiting, that won't change, and that we need some mitigation. Their second concern was about the impact of bryophytes and lichens on the small area of hazel scrub where the cesspit is potentially going to be installed. Again, the serious concern I have and was recognised in site survey was that most of the area of scrub, hazel scrub and ash woodland on both sides of the car park is used for informal toileting. There are sanitary products and feces and signs of enrichment, nettles and damage to mosses and lichens. So if we're looking at an assessment of scale, this is a very small footprint of a site that is going to mitigate against damage to a much larger part of the site. So the policy says that you can approve this if there's no adverse impact and if the benefits outweigh the site value. Well, I would argue the site value is being undermined by the current 70,000 people, and that isn't going to change, and that the actual development is mitigation in itself. Usually, if it's a greenfield site, somebody's building a house, then you assume you're starting from a base of no damage, and that development constitutes damage and impact on the habitat. Whereas in this instance, I would argue that the development is mitigating against ongoing damage and enrichment of the site. I'll leave it there, and I'm available to answer any more specific questions from the committee or NED.
Okay. Thanks, Peter. Have we any questions, members? Anthony?
Yes, thanks, Chair, and thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation. I know it was, it's not easy doing that.
Just use the mic.
Sorry, Tom. Yeah, just thanks, Jen. Thank you for your presentation, man. It's not that easy doing that. No, I have a question for John and a question for John Michael then. John, he's been up there and around there, and did he see much problems with traffic jams up there to the last couple of years? And does people actually come over and ask him, is the toilets about, and request for toilets? But when he's about there, or the gate is working up there? And the question to Sean Michael about the cesspit, and we were up there at the site visit, and I must say the site visit was very useful, and we all got a lot of good out of that, so that it gives us a clearer understanding of it. And I think as John or Robert mentioned this too, could if I'm not preempting anything here either, if the whatever it works out, but if it was, could the septic tank, as I'd call it, or cesspit, be put any closer to the actual building, or maybe under it?
Trying to establish a number.
Anything like that. That's just one thing. I think somebody else mentioned that day too. Thank you.
Regarding the cesspit, there is no requirement for it to be the same as a septic tank 15 metres away from the building. As you say, it could be underneath the building, though you're in rock there. We positioned it with the fall of the ground into an area that fell away quite sharply, causing the minimum amount of digging down to place this tank in. But I have no issue with moving it closer or underneath. But I felt that where we put it was a natural fall to it. It was within the bank. It was the photograph showing it. The bank falls away there, and it seemed a place that it wasn't going to be seen for the most part. And the picnic area was there beside it, and I was conscious of that as well. We needed access as well. This is cleared, emptied probably every fortnight, I would have imagined, during the high season, maybe every week. So we need access to it. I think you would want to talk about the issues up there.
Is that us now? Okay. The issue, I think you mentioned two issues there. Did I see any cars on the road over the last few years? One or two, maybe. One or two. For the last number of years, there have been very few cars on the road. 2017 was the only time that there were many cars on the road, really. And then during COVID, when we were struggling to get them parked, they moved very slowly on the road, but they still got parked. We still managed to get them parked. On toilets, yes, of course. We have fought a rearguard action since 2017 on toilets, and were asked numerous times about toilets. I would mainly send them down to the Marble Arch Caves, but I suspect a number of them would say, "Oh, we're okay. We'll be all right," and they satisfy that then further on up the lane. At one stage on Legnabrochy, there were about 13 open toilets in different places, from Woodland to Karst Limestone to the very top of the boardwalk itself, close to where there's a large stone, and stags, what we call, large lumps of heather, and people were using any private area they could get as a toilet. So if you're coming for a couple of hours or you're driving a couple of hours, I think the public are inclined to expect a toilet now. when the council first began, they had two mobile toilets there, or portaloos. They were burned by, we presume, a mixture of petrol and diesel put into the urinal itself, or to put into the cabinet, and they were just burnt to 2 pieces of plastic. But those were funny times anyway, and there was a lot of funny things happening. But nevertheless, yeah, toilets are always the problem. And
Okay.
you know, so what I'm saying is, sorry, Chairman, if you're after traveling for a couple of hours, you need a toilet, and if it takes you 2 hours or more doing the walk, you're inclined to need a toilet at the end of it as well.
Okay. Thanks, John. Tommy?
Thank you, Chair. Just a question for Peter. Obviously, within the report, we're hearing about the detrimental impacts of this development, but we are focusing on the human uncontrolled toilet use, I suppose we could describe it in the area. And I'm just wondering, was there any ecological surveys done as to the detrimental impacts of the ad hoc use of toileting, as John explained there, in various areas across the mountain? Because obviously, if we can quantify the ad hoc use as opposed to what is put in front of us here, it might give us some perspective.
Thank you. There's no assessment of that damage, but in my preliminary ecological appraisal, there are photographs of the type of issues which are occurring on priority habitat. As John mentioned, it's calcareous grassland and hazel scrub and ash woodland. So the principle I was trying to get across was, by creating this small development and acknowledge loss of habitat, you're actually preventing the damage to a much wider extent of similar habitats.
Okay. Thanks, Peter. Robert?
Sure, Mr. Chair. I suppose this is to John O'Brien and Peter. You've presented your arguments in favour of the application, and Peter, you have referred to a preliminary survey. But we, as councillors who have to make a determination, see the evidence coming back from our statutory consultee, and they've made a statement and they're saying they're not in favour. For us, in my opinion, to progress, you need to actually supply more additional information, or would need to supply, in order to strongly or stronger rebut their reasons for refusal, to actually aid us in our decision. So that's one aspect, because you've referred to the informal toileting, you've referred to the ecological damage to the area of lichen down from the hazel trees and everything like that, but you have admitted you haven't quantified that, and it's hard to sort of quantify it or put numerical. The unfortunate thing is we would need that evidence in front of us to, I haven't finished yet, sorry, to make that determination. So that's one aspect of this application. The other aspect goes to you, John. NIEA are against it as well because of the impact, in other words, the size and everything, and the positioning of the cesspit. You have, I think, in response to other councillors, suggested that you're not adverse on behalf of the applicant to actually reposition that somewhere. So my issue would be as well is, the bigger the footprint, the bigger the damage, no matter how sparse or inferior the quality is. It has been identified as a protected species. So you have to actually mitigate and show how you mitigate that, or offsetting. So if there's a willingness to move forward, there may be a way of re-looking at this. But at the moment, I would not be happy on determining this with regard to the information that's in front of me. We've had a site visit, we've looked at it, we know that some of us are well versed in the area because it's been up there over the years. But in my opinion, I would need more information from you as agent, applicant and specialist to actually present back to our officers and to us for us to make a determination, a proper determination. Thank you.
Okay, Peter?
Thank you. So yeah, just on that first point, clearly the red line of the application is a very, very small and defined area for the toilet block. So there was a habitat assessment made of that, which recognised it was priority habitat, albeit in not fantastic condition. To do an appraisal of the wider area outside the application, I would welcome a steer from NED if there was a methodology to balance, you know, the damage versus the mitigation potential for the wider site, but that wouldn't be typical for a planning application. It's obviously where you assess within the red line, but we're looking at an ASSI that's over 2,000 hectares in size, and the damage could be 2 to 3 kilometres along the trackway. So we know there's an order of magnitude.
Okay. John?
I suppose if you refer to the size of the building, the planning permission that was obtained in 1999 was for a car and coach park. Now, people do arrive here with 50-seater buses or whatever, and we decided to put in 2 toilets in each of the ladies and gents, really to accommodate, because people get out, and if that toilet, I mean, I've seen it in disco buses going at the time, if they just use the nearest facility, which is this area is a hedge or tree, and don't wait on the toilet. So that's why we liked it at this side. It's only 50 square meters. It's not a massive building or anything else. The small office is really for security. As John said, the previous one was burned. This one will be a construction that won't be as easily damaged or anything else. So while I'd be reluctant to reduce the size of it, I would be open to reducing it, but I don't think that will cure the problem that has arisen, that this application has arisen from.
John? John?
Thank you, Chair. And Anthony raised some of the issues that we raised ourselves on the site visit, and Robert and both the officer have raised that for us we need mitigations to let this progress. One of the topics that hasn't been turned is the stormwater, and the officer alluded that you would cover that, but what is the plans for this stormwater? This is something that the NIE have heavily weighted. The NIEA have heavily weighted, and it's something which we have to seriously consider. So, what are you mitigating? Are you going to collect the water and use it for flushing the toilets and pipe the overflow away rather than using a storm drain? Have you some sort of plan in place that we can say at least that's been mitigated against?
Well, we can put in mitigation measures. It's 50 square meters. It's a roof of 50 square meters. There's no additional water being produced, storm water that would fall on the ground around it. Now, we could mitigate it by not using a guttering system, but using another system instead of a gutter, which would spray the water out from the building, which would be, it doesn't generate a flow as such. It would generate out and get away naturally in the ground. We've used this in the past and could use it here.
Okay, members, I'm not seeing any other questions. Bearing in mind that we have, is it somebody from NED here as well? No? No other questions? Okay, Darren?
Members, nothing really to add. Just to thank the councillor for pointing that out. The comment, there was very little comment in the discussion on storm to shock, but I think the applicant or the agent has now commented on that. However, the plan before you, and which you're considering today, shows a storm to shock drain So if there's an amendment to that, now that would require a revision to the application, and obviously we need to look at that. And the wider impact then upon the earth science features. Again, there's a lack of information there. Remember, there was very little discussion or topic on that. So those two issues there would be a lack of information. So just to draw that to your attention, but happy to take any questions.
Would you have a question? Come back to you. Barry?
Thank you, Chair. Just in principle, I think the site that attracts 70,000 people per year in a very rural place, I think there is car parking and toilet provision needed. You know, that's the principle of that. I would like to nearly establish that is needed. And then I'm reassured that the applicant has a long track record of being a custodian of the environment, you know, which is great. And then we're hearing a willingness to engage further with our officers, you know, to achieve those mitigations. But I was particularly drawn to the argument that you're concentrating the possibility of a problem to a small footprint as opposed to a wider impact, you know, over miles of mountain. So it's a very, very significant tourist amenity. You know, it's unbelievable in recent years how popular it is. Keep thinking of Slieve League in my mind, you know, about and you couldn't optimize the potential here for tourism unless you had these types of facilities on site. And I think it's really a question of detail now, how to mitigate. So maybe just invite Darren to reply to my comments.
Yeah. Officers are not sitting here today saying that there's no need for toilets. There would be some concern from officers that of the size and the scale of the building, whether there's a need for that many toilets and cubicles, etc. You know, so I think the applicant is engaged in the willingness to maybe review that, and we would work with an applicant to see if we could resolve that. In terms then of the siting of the building, that'll reduce the footprint, which will obviously assist then in the impact upon the priority habitats. But again, those are wider issues that we can engage in discussion with the ecologist and the consultee and maybe overcome that. And the storm to shock as well. Again, there sounds like there could be alternative options and those could be explored and if possible, then a favourable outcome could result from those changes.
Before I bring Tommy in, can I let Paul come in here?
Yes, thanks, Chair. Members, I think it's just to be clear that maybe the first decision that you have to make is whether the value of the proposal or the development outweighs the habitat that's been lost before we start talking about mitigation or compensation. I think that's the first decision you need to make. And just to help you with that decision, you know, NIA referred to Marbank ASSI as one of the most important and diverse areas of semi-natural vegetation in Northern Ireland. And the karst features and the potential impacts on the caves and the karst landscapes, these are rare in Northern Ireland, only occurring in West County Fermanagh. So I think, members, the first question for me is whether the development outweighs the value of the habitat that's been lost. And then we move on the discussion of compensation and mitigation. And I think if that's the case, then we need to look at the size and the scale of the proposal. And as Darren says, the excessive nature of it. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Tommy?
Hi, good morning, Carly. Thanks again, Chair. And I think it was remiss of me when I asked the question of Peter earlier about the quantifiable damage that is done to the whole boardwalk area there. I should have asked of NED, if possible, if they're still online, Chair. Have they any quantifiable figures to estimate the damage that's been done to the ASSI by the ad hoc use of toileting across the area, given that we have such numbers of 70,000 plus on a good year, I would say, using the area? And as Councillor Michael Duff mentioned, Slieve League in Donegal, the first thing you do get when you arrive there is a block of toilets and a car park. So it's and I'm sure it wasn't without its environmental impacts at the time. So it's just, has NED done any quantifiable damage done to the area with all the ad hoc sewerage use up there. Chair, Gurmagad.
Okay, thanks, Tommy. Have we somebody on?
Chair, my name's Kieran McCavan. I'm head up the Conservation Designation and Protection Unit for NED. To answer the member's question, we look after the entire site. We have not had any specific investigations in relation to the effects of the impromptu use for toileting facilities.
Okay, that's as far as you're going.
That's just we look, as I say, we look after the entire site, and that's we look after in the round. And that would be one of the effects. So separating, we have not done that.
Chair.
Okay.
Chair. Just a tail end to that then, would it be the case that NED only do this type of survey when there is a planning application, or do they routinely inspect the ASSIs to ensure that the level of environmental safeguards are safeguarded?
If I may, again, Kieran McCavan again. We have a programme of looking after our ASSIs in Northern Ireland and looking at their site integrity, a rolling programme of that. And we continue to do that throughout the country. And we don't look at them very specifically. We look at them in the totality of what the status of the sites are in terms of their integrity, and are they in favourable condition. We have a statutory obligation to restore, to protect and restore the sites, and this is where we're having difficulty with this particular issue.
And can I just ask you then, seeing as this has been an issue for the last number of years, then you would have noticed this, I take it, and have you any specific proposals or any specific thoughts to do anything about it?
We have a program to say we have an onus on us to enhance and restore all our sites and they're from a range of complex perspectives. We have to work with landowners, members of the public, and other NGOs to try and make this happen. But we are resource limited.
Well, I'm asking you specifically on this particular issue that we're addressing here today. Do I take it from your response that you have nothing in plan specifically to address this issue?
That's correct.
Thank you. Okay. Annie, do you have a question?
No, Thomas, I was going to make a proposal. I'll go on to Robert first.
Don't, hold on now. I'll do the chair, and gentlemen, if you please. So when I have young Robert, who is pipping to get to make a proposal. So, and he was in first. So in all due respect, Robert,
I respect you as a chair, Tom, you know that. And I'm not
all habits die hard.
I know they do indeed, yeah. We're good sparring partners, and we've never fallen out too long.
Hold on, John.
I know
or
I'm
Robert.
going too far there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hold on just one wee second here. I have another person that is maybe could ask a question before you make your thing. And that is Mary. Can you hear us?
Yes, Chair, and you're chairing impeccably as usual. And where I love a man a few words, I have a question to Kieran that may have a yes/no answer. Basically, what we're battling here with is a situation. Culca was never designed to be the fantastic success it is now as a tourism attraction. That's the bottom line, and we really have to balance the habitat and our tourism potential. My question to Kieran is, from the time that they have been there, did they notice a significant deterioration due to activity that has taken at the site from a growth from 3,000 visitors to now a whopping 70,000? And is it significant? Is it mild? And I would yes or no first, and then if you could elaborate to the extent of damage, if there's any, so we could help in our decision see where we go with this. Thank you, Chair.
Kieran.
Mary, thank you very much for your question. If I may, I'll pass your question across to one of my colleagues who is more familiar with the site than I am and who may visit, and that would be Alistair, Alistair Church. If you're there, could you potentially answer that question for Mary?
Yeah. Hi there. Alistair Church, CDP. I've been involved with working on the conservation management plan for Kilcomountain, and have also monitored the habitats there in the past. I suppose the main difference over the years is well, we believe the blanket bog in Kilcomountain is actually improving in condition, and has been over the years. The blanket bog's probably in a more active state than it has been in the past. The main impact from the boardwalk appears to be the montane heath at the top of the mountain, whereby people are spilling over the top of the railings and trampling the very fragile, sensitive habitat up there. So that's one of the issues from the increased visitor numbers. In terms of the ad hoc toileting, I would say that's probably a fairly localized nutrient enrichment issue. It rains so much that may be significant, may not. Whether it flushes or leaches away fairly quickly, I'm not sure. But I guess with the toilet block facility that we're talking about is a permanent loss of habitat, versus possibly a situation where we've got localized enrichment making very small areas in a more unfavorable condition. Does that answer your question, Mary?
Thank you, Alistair. Not entirely, but it's given me a bit more to work on. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Robert?
Thanks, Tom. I've highlighted, I think, to the agent and the applicant my concerns in regard to lack of information to determine. But there is a willingness, I think, from the agent on behalf of the applicant to have further discussions. Without trying to say that I'm agreeing that the principle of a toilet should be put there, I recognise there is a problem in regard to toilet facilities. This is one possible solution that I believe needs to be further explored. And because of that, I would propose a further deferment so that the agent, along with his ecologist, can talk with our officers and further explore what possibilities that may be more acceptable to our statutory consultee, and that requires the further development. However long that takes, I hope it is, because I think we need to sort out the problem, however we're going to sort it out. And it's definitely not the situation on the ground at the moment that the proposal proposes. It needs to be further looked at. So that's my proposal, a deferment, a further deferment, or whatever time. I'm going to leave it open, I think, to Darren. It'll see what it takes. Thank you.
Okay. Anthony?
Thank you, Chair. I was going to propose that we go against the officer recommendation and give grant planning permission. I think I myself has got enough information there, and the reason I'm giving is the benefits outweigh the damage. That's my reason. I don't know whether it's enough down, but that's the reason I'm giving. And it's I just kind of come more from a layman's term now, and I think it's even embarrassing me talking about it. If people want to use a toilet up there and they can't, and somebody gets short taken and has to rush away, it's not very nice on the personal or anybody's there. So I think the quicker we get it sorted out, get the toilets done, the better. And I think a deferral might only waste a wee bit more time. So I'm proposing that.
Just in relation to the deferral, members, if I could suggest that if you do come to that conclusion that the application is actually delegated back to officers, and we can work directly with the applicant, and if everything is resolved, then it can go through on the scheme of delegation without having to come back to you. So just on that point, in relation to the proposal, that the benefits outweigh the impacts, so just remind members that there's a shortage or a lack of information on the impact upon the earth science features here, the karst, caves, etc. and the issue about the storm to shock remains as a part of the proposal. And NIA have highlighted the impact of that storm to shock upon the earth science features. So there is an area of information here that's missing from the application, and if members were going forward, it would be in the full knowledge that we do not have that. Again, in relation to the policy tests, I just go back, members, in terms of the benefits outweighing the impacts, it's the planning policy you have to look carefully at. And I would be concerned, members, that there's not enough justification and exploration there in terms of the proposal about how it meets planning policy or does not meet planning policy.
Okay, thanks, Darren. And just before John, I'm guessing, comes into second, you're happy for it to be delegated back. Cheers, Rob. John?
Thank you, Chair. And Darren, thank you for that clarification that this can be delegated back because I think this is the way ahead. There's a clear willingness on behalf of the applicant and his team to work with the planners. And I think this can be resolved and these matters can be mitigated. So I'm going to second Robert's proposal that we defer it back with the powers delegated back to the officers.
Yeah, thanks, John. Paul?
I was going to come in second. Roberts, John beat me to it, so I'm happy enough to go along with that.
Okay, thanks. Anthony, in light of that?
Withdraw my proposal, but hopefully it's done fairly quick. The quicker the better we can. So that's okay. Sorry.
Okay, thanks, Anthony. Members, you've heard it proposed and seconded that we have a deferred for a period and then delegated back to officers. Are we all in agreement? Okay, thank you all. Aaron?
Okay, members, so application number 3, LA 10 2021-1039. The recommendation of officers was to refuse planning permission. Members have gone against the recommendation and have agreed to defer the application and delegate it back to officers for further discussions with the applicant and agent.
Okay, thanks, Darren. Going to move on to application number 4, and that's LA 10 2021-1042.
Okay, excuse me. Okay, members, so application number 4, LA 10 2021-1042. It's an extension to the car park again by Mr. John Sheridan, and the location then is Culca Boardwalk Trail and Marlbank Road. Recommendation of officers is to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to 4 reasons. So just to go through the details then, members, you'll recall from the site visit the location of the area, but you can see the Marlbank Road on the screen. The access then coming on, the existing access will be used to come in off the public road, up past the existing car park and then on to the location of the site, which is identified by the red arrow. There is an existing site plan showing the undulating conditions of the site. So the proposal then in relation to the site plan, the block plan then on the left shows look the layout of them. It's actually 44 car parking spaces, members, just to clarify, there's 44 there, and the existing car park then on the right hand side with the location of the new site then shown. Just to zoom in then, so you can see the layout of the car parking then beside the laneway and the location then on the ground. So the finish of the car park then will have a plastic mesh finish, and that's an example from the application of the proposed finished. And then just some photographs of the location of it, so you can see, members will recall from the site visit, the gate then, you go up through the gate just along the trail, and then it's just on the left. So these are images then taken from the applicant's information, and you'll note from the ecologist report there, I put it on the screen, members. So it says an overview of the area of the proposed development. The short swards by the road are evident, with rushes becoming more common in lower lying areas. Note the rocky mound to the right of the centre and depression, a shake hole to the left of centre. Both these features are acknowledged in the parking plan and avoided. Again, the ecologist has accompanied the application with a report and just a summary from that, members. So the survey area is a section 0.15 hectare of a larger parcel of field, 18 hectares. The proposed development is on priority habitat, which is purple moorgrass and rush pasture, but is low quality in comparison to the rest of the field and the wider farm and site. being extremely short, less than 5 centimetres, and semi-improved through high grazing levels. The development area is within a larger field parcel which comprises an extensive mosaic of high quality habitats, principally the calcareous grassland, limestone pavement and associated hazel scrub. Again, the ecologist has proposed mitigation, which is the management of parking on the proposed development will reduce the impact on similar areas of habitat and result in a net improvement of habitat quality across the SSI, which will compensate for the loss of the 0.15 hectare of degraded priority habitat. Again, members, NIA have provided comments back to the council and have raised a number of issues. They are all included in the report, members. There's 4 sort of areas. There's the impact on the calcareous grassland and purple moor grass, the impact then on the lichen assemblages, and the summary then in relation to the overall comments are that NED has serious concerns with this proposal and considers it contrary to policy. So that's their overall comments. And the other 2 issues then are the impact again on bryophyte, fungi and invertebrate assemblages and the earth science, particularly in relation to number 4, members. Just draw your attention that the application does not address any potential direct or indirect impacts on the earth science features. And if you go on down then to the bit of underlined in red there, the development would represent an overall loss of the extent of this rare feature in Northern Ireland. Drawing a 1B, revision B, shows the car parking spaces would be situated directly adjacent to at least one sinkhole, which is another karst feature connected to the hydrogeological processes that form and maintain the karst. So fairly significant issues being raised here. And again, their recommendation then is to refuse planning permission. That's contrary to NH3 and NH5. So just to remind members in the summary of the reasons for refusal are on the screen. There's the various issues, impact on the grassland and purple moor grass from the removal of the habitat, impact on the hazel and lichens from the vehicle emissions, impact upon bryophytes, again from the emissions, and the impact upon the earth science features, the limestone pavement, with the site being adjacent to the sinkhole. The other issue that the planning officers would have separately is that the parking is laid out formally and rectangularly. It's not an informal layout, which would be more appropriate to the countryside. It's a hard appearance from the overall layout. So the recommendation then, members, is to refuse planning permission for those reasons.
Okay, thanks, Darren. Gentlemen, as in the previous application, you have 10 minutes between you. So, John, is it yourself?
Again, my earlier address to your committee is all still relevant, so I won't go into the details again. The booking system referred to earlier will only be entirely successful if we can cater for 80 to 100 cars on the site, and the present one caters for about 40 to 50, which has led to cars using unauthorised spaces, putting people's lives in danger, with pedestrians mixing with vehicles along the narrow Marlbank Road. We looked at 6 sites with the ecologist on Mr. Sheridan's land and picked the application site as the most suitable, given its flat nature, and we could position the spaces within the natural features. And just referring to Darren's comment there, it's formally laid out just to show the amount of cars, but it's not lined or anything. It's mesh and grass growing through it, so it won't appear as it appears on our drawing. That was really to show how many cars would get in. We had the option of fully implementing the planning approval issued in '99. But this would have led to the loss of small rock outcrops, and we were not minded to do this. But we may retain this as an option. The site is adjacent to the existing approved car park and can be described as an extension, using an existing entrance and laneway with little interruption to the habitat referred to. It is the most logical site to create parking provision with the existing infrastructure. Another issue, planning contends the proposal is contrary to PPS 21 CTY1. Development in the countryside, as it is not one of the ranges of development which in principle is considered to be acceptable in the countryside and will contribute to the aims of sustainable development, nor are there overriding reasons why this development is essential in the countryside location. But the council spent nearly 400,000 on car park provision at Killykeegan within the SSI, not 0.7 miles away, at a tourist destination which would only attract a small percentage of visitors compared to the boardwalk. We feel the overriding reasons why this development is essential at this location is that the entrance to the boardwalk with no requirement for visitors to meander along the narrow Marlbank Road, especially in the busy summer months, with large farm machinery constantly in use. Thank you for the opportunity to put our case forward, and I will ask Mr. McAvoy first, and then John Sheridan will speak then. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, brief summary. Most of what I said for the last application stands in this for this one as well. To directly respond to the NED concern about the damage to habitat from vehicles and emissions, etc., that's true, but that damage and those emissions are currently happening and won't change. So because we've got the same amount of traffic, regardless of whether we have the application or not. What this application is doing is trying to formalise and contain that impact to a small area, and I would call it the least worst option. So we did assess a number of sites back from December 2020 as an initial scoping exercise. All of the areas were priority habitat. Some were calcareous grassland. Many were a habitat referred to as purple moorgrass and rush pasture, such as this one. They're more favourable for parking because they're flat and not rocky. So the impact on that habitat is more severe with ad hoc parking. And the damage does not appear to be happening to the calcareous habitats, at least not direct impacts of vehicle usage. So I suppose that's the summary again, and that yes, there will be habitat loss, but it's the actual development is an attempt to mitigate and manage a wider impact, which extends upwards of 1.5 to 2 kilometres from the first gate up to the start of the Blanket Bog.
Okay.
So I just go through. So it's on, is it?
We're on, John, yeah.
Sorry. Well, I was just going to do a sort of a history of how this all started and emerged and try and get to from the beginning to the end. So really in the early 80s, we entered into access and a lease with the then Fermanagh County Council to create the Marble Arch Caves, which were also on our land. In the mid-90s, Quilke's environment faced a number of threats: ad hoc peat extraction, turf cutting, large numbers of sheep, which at the time received subsidy payments per head, was leading to overgrazing on many parts, and continued gathering of sheep, leaving some areas very trampled. All of these activities were having a huge detrimental effect on approximately 4,500 acres of blanket bog that lies below Quilke. You call it the foothills if you wish. Wadbegs were the order of the day. Sheep numbers soared to an unsustainable level, to such an extent that the Department of Agriculture Northern Ireland put a limit on sheep permitted on the commonage part of Quilke, approximately 1,400 acres. And that was the only commonage in the province at that time to receive such a prescription. And I'm not even sure that any others did. Due to the desolation of the environment and loss of habitat, water was coming off the bog in alarming amounts and carrying peat silt with it. As all of that water flows through the Marble Arch Caves, they frequently had to close as silt was ruining the infrastructure of the caves. And it's the silt from peat, and most people I'm sure know here, is very dark, very black and very staining. So a nightmare to clear out pathways and electrics and everything like that there. In an attempt to address all these problems, our family entered into a unique lease agreement with Fermanagh District Council, now Fermanagh Omagh District Council. This involved the complete ring fencing of the Blanket Bog in the townland of Legnabrochy, and that townland sits more or less central in the Quilke foothills. So the fence then, or the ring fence, which went right up to the border, would really stop a huge amount of migration of sheep from the west to the east, or the east to the west, or north-south as far as that goes. It put control, so it immediately put a big help towards protecting the bogs, not only on our townland of Legnabrochy, but also on the townlands on each side of it. The addition of a 4.5 kilometre track to facilitate 4x4 vehicles and quads and shepherding. The farm is roughly divided by the Ahanran River, I think it is, Darren. You'd get away with Ron, but I think it's commonly known as Ahanran River. Dividing the bog into sections depending on its state and need. That basically was the centre is very deep blanket bog, and as you get towards the mountain itself, you get into obviously shallower bog and therefore better grazing. So this track was going to facilitate the movement of sheep up and down, and the shepherding on quads or 4x4s also up and down the lane, and that was going to take a lot of pressure off the bog also. A complete cessation of peat cutting and extraction. All measures within the lease were for the protection of the environment, habitat and water. By its very provision, the lease also provided protection to the neighbouring areas, as I've said. Such was the success of the lease with Fermanagh District Council at the time, that it became a template based on which neighbouring landowners also made individual agreements, and within a few years, nearly 1,800 acres of blanket bog came into better protection, and the problems of flooding and silt deposit at Marble Arch Caves disappeared. A permissive path from public road to the hill, which is actually opposite to where the boardwalk is now. That permissive path stopped short 1.5 kilometres and needed to be included in order for FODC to draw down funding for the project. In other words, there had to be some sort of a permissive path.
John, can I remind you of 1 minute?
1 minute. Okay. Well, I'll jump to really why it goes on, why the boardwalk was created, because all of a sudden, I think it was Leisure Spotted Ulster televised a walk on it, and that spiraled the thing. There was no infrastructure. The end of the track was a mile below the mountain, Quilty Mountain itself. So some sort of help had to be put in. Pardon? No, you go. Sorry. As visitors toured the car park, we obtained planning permission for in a small area of our own beside the road in 1999. Struggled to capacitate them, so we parked visitors on areas 1.5 kilometres further up, which had previously been used to store peat from commercial peat cutting that used to happen on the lands.
Okay, John, we'll have to bring it to a close there. 10 minutes is up. Okay. Members, have we got any questions? John?
Yeah, I've seen similar sort of schemes with I'm not sure whether it's, maybe both of you are going to have to add this more than that. It's the plastic that's going to be used, it's going to be laid, and then will that just go on top of what's originally there, and then you'll put in some sort of composty type compound, and it'll have a mixture of grass seed type things, or is it simply something similar that's already there going into it? What way is that going to work, basically?
We picked that area because it was the flattest area. We had a topographical survey carried out. And that was the flattest area. This is where we can lay this mesh on top of the ground. It's held down with pins temporarily until the grass comes up to it. Nothing is added, nothing is taken away. We are parking on the grass. The reason that flat area, right around it, you will have seen when you were up there, are all these outcrops of rocks and all, but that is a completely flat area. We need no infrastructure changes to that.
Sorry, John. It's only questions at this stage. Tommy.
I go Margaret Carley. Just following on from John's clarity there about the mesh. In your submission, John, you said that the existing car park enhances the environment and fits in. You didn't take out trees or anything. The gravelled area is more or less just laying there. You're telling us now that this new car park would just have the mesh laid out in the area, but there'd be no removal of rock piles or anything else. So there'd be very minimal impact on the actual environment itself. And is there again, I'll go back to calculation. Is there calculation of what loss there is with the mesh? Obviously, I know the mesh is going to allow a lot of the existing plant to go through, but even just to give us a percentage of the mesh versus what loss of grasses are going to be maybe.
Well, I suppose in theory that the mesh is very small, so you could argue that the loss of habitat is minimal, but the habitat will not be in favourable condition, to use NED's terminology and what they're looking for on that site. So you will be retaining 0.15 hectares of that habitat, definitely in unfavourable condition, but there's 1.5 kilometres of roadway. The area is not defined in terms of all the ad hoc informal parking that has taken place and would continue to take place without a formal parking area. It is larger than 0.15 hectares and could, in my submission, I recognise it could be brought back to favourable condition by ensuring no car parking happens on it.
Thanks for that, Peter. And again, the other question, similar to the question I asked earlier, there is already vehicular damage along the trek further on up, I believe. Again, has it been quantified as a calculated point of loss of ecosystem up there in the area? Again, I'm expecting a negative answer there, Peter, but I'll just ask the question.
Yeah, correct. It hasn't been quantified, but in the scoping study, I don't believe it was submitted as part of this planning application back in December 2020. The areas that had previously been parked on were mapped and they were all assessed. So we're talking 5-6 times at least larger than the area we're talking about, which is 0.15 hectares. So it's that kind of scale.
Okay, Robert.
Yeah, an observation. Thanks very much. I suppose it's to both parties, not necessarily to John as the applicant, but the reason for trying to formalise the informal car parking, I think, is obvious. I can understand that, but reference has been made to informal car parking further on up the track, going on up to where you actually start the boardwalk and the damage that it's having on priority habitat. But what I don't see in this application, and I want a response back, is how do you propose to stop any further informal car parking beyond this proposed formalised car park? Are you going to put stones the whole way along the track up? Are you going to put a barrier across? It's not shown here, which would obviously stop any further vehicular ingress going on up the lane and therefore stop that damage. It's all very well saying that you want to formalise a car park and this is the area you want to do it, but you're not actually stopping or mitigating any further traffic going on up. I'll have a question for Darren afterwards, but that would be a useful comeback.
Sean.
Yeah, well, I'll come back on it. Is that on or off? Yeah. Oh, sorry, you. You want to work away. No, Beldo.
Realize what the question was doing. It would be the parking on up this track has already ceased. The superintendent on the site, the security man, doesn't allow parking on anywhere else. There is a gate between these two car parks, and at times when it's not as busy, like up to Easter and then from September onwards, only the bottom car park will be in full use, and it'll give the grasses a chance to recover if there's any damage to them. But that gate will remain there, but the superintendent on the site does not allow anybody up. And again, it's against an enforcement by the planning office to use any of the area up there, isn't that correct?
Okay. Robert, had you a follow-up? Oh, happy enough. Okay, Mary?
Thank you, Chair. And just a quick question, whoever of the gentlemen would like to take it. Just this nature of a car park and the proposed sort of mesh, it is welcoming that there would be no excavation work or stuff like that, and it won't be a car park per se, is what we would be, FODC car park in Enniskillen, they're working with what they have there. My question would be this mesh, or what is the time frame to apply such a mesh to make the car park enforceable? And just to say that, to clarify that this would be only used in peak times when the original car park is at capacity, but I think he did mention that the last time. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry. Yes, it is basically it is an overflow car park with the gate in between. Well, it's easier to manage for the owner of the car park if there's not a full, if it's not 100 vehicles there, if there's only 30 vehicles, it's easier to manage them down at the road, the existing one. There is no time. This is laid on the ground, councillor, and pinned down with small stakes. It's usable immediately. You could drive on it the next day.
Okay.
And sorry, can I just add to that? I think Fermanagh District Council have used this in areas like down at Garrison, over at the Rusheen. Maybe that's the same sort of where they used for a camping area right beside Loch Melbourne. And we have used it many times in the past quite successfully.
Okay. Can I just ask, that's Glenn just joining us. Can you hear us, Glenn? It's just not in yet. Okay, have we any other questions? No. No further questions then. Darren, have you anything?
Yeah, just a couple of points, members. Just I think it was raised anyway by the agent. The additional car parking that's going on, the informal parking on further up the lane, none of that has planning permission, and planning permission is required for that. And the council has proceeded with enforcement investigations and action on that. So the idea of replacing that up here, well, that wouldn't be on, because what's there is it's not acceptable. It hasn't got planning permission. So it wouldn't be appropriate to go down the road of that approach. I would remind members that the issues here really are the impact on the grassland, the habitat, the lichens. There's been no comments really on the impact upon the earth science features, the sinkhole, as I say, the limestone pavement, etc. And this site, as you know from the comments in the report, is very close to it. That needs to be taken into account today, members, if you're going to reach a recommendation and a decision. Members may wish to go to the Northern Ireland Environment Agency and just ask for their views on this mesh and whether it's appropriate to use it on priority habitat, given that it has been raised as a mitigation, members, but that's your decision.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask if Alistair or Kieran would like to comment on that last question by Darren.
Kieran McCavanagh here. Just to say that the ecologist Peter had said that it will result in the loss of the grassland, and for us that's the key fact here, that this proposal will result in the loss of grassland, and the mesh itself is not the relevant fact. It's what it will result in the loss of grassland for this car park.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry, can I just add to that?
Yeah.
It's Alistair here. The actual impact of the cars parking on top of this mesh there will be soil compaction, which will fundamentally change the vegetation communities that are there within the Purple Murgrass and Rush pasture. So there will be a change of vegetation type that occurs there. So although you could describe it as unfavorable, it will eventually move, with repeated use, it will eventually move away from being that priority habitat, in my opinion.
Okay, thanks, Alison. Glenn, can I just ask if you got your camera on?
I have the camera on. Chairman, but I've arrived mid this application, so I'll be not able to take part in the decision, Chair.
That's okay. I see you now. Thank you. Robert?
Thanks, Tom. Just a question, Darren. Reference has been made to the 1999 application. Is there a fallback situation for the applicant in this case? Is that application still live and valid?
The approval for the 1999 approval, I, as a planning officer, I had significant reservations about whether that planning approval actually implemented in accordance with the approved plans. I would have concerns over that. The approved drawings and what's on the ground don't necessarily tally up. However, what's on the ground has been there for more than 5 years and is immune from enforcement action, so nothing can be done in relation to it, nor would we want to. But if the applicant wants to go down the road of using the previous approval to justify this approval, he would need to demonstrate that that previous approval is actually live and commenced in time.
In other words, he'd have to apply for a club.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
George Sabine, have you joined us?
Yes, at 15:42 hours, Chair.
And you have your camera on. That's what I just want to see there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Josephine.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it's just, could Darren, could you put up that picture of the mesh again down there with the, to see it, like the guy from NED was saying that it's different type of grass might grow up too. I was just wondering, like, when it was there a while and not used that much, it's only going to be an overflow. Oh, I see it there, yeah. I said the wee rushes will shoot up through, then they'd be hard to stop.
Okay, John?
I think this is probably to our colleagues from the NA, our consultees. What percentage, we're talking about 30 odd or 40 parking spaces, and what percentage of the overall site of that type is going to be lost by this application, if it is as extreme as they're saying that this, if it's extensively used, I'm assuming they're going, whereas the applicant will be going for the best case scenario, the consultees will go in for the worst case scenario, and that the site will be damaged and won't be what it is now. So I'm just wondering what percentage of the overall site as they would is in this type of grass. I'm just not quite sure the type of grass, but and it's grass, and I know there's rushes in it as well.
Okay, Alistair, Kevin, do you want to? Kieran, sorry.
No problem. Yeah, I do not know the percentage. That's the simple answer. But I have to say, under the Environment Order, as public bodies, we have a duty to take steps to conserve and enhance the ASSIs rather than lose the scientific interest. So for us, I always refer to it as death by 1,000 cuts. You know, it's maybe small in comparison to, but it's all important. And while we're talking about the grassland, I have a colleague, Michael Dempster, with me who would maybe speak more about the geological features as well and the potential impact, if you want to hear from Michael.
Yeah, Michael, if you want to make a comment.
Yes, thanks very much. Yes, I'm the Earth Science and Heritage Officer in NED. In other words, I'm the geologist, and the area the car park is proposed is within what's geologically limestone pavement, not in the habitat sense, but in the geological sense. And it represents limestone pavement within the confines of Northern Ireland is less than 0.5% of the land area. So it is extremely rare. Its entire resource is contained within 2 ASSIs, one of which is Marlbank. So for something which an earth science feature which is so rare, any loss to that extent is significant. There's just under 400 hectares in total. And while referring to the point that was made earlier about referring to it as the death of 1,000 cuts, clearly, if something is so rare and so limited in distribution, any loss to that and the potential for it to continue to develop as limestone pavement, I would consider as a significant impact.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, members? Josephine, once you're in late, you can't enter into this.
Yes, no, I just to make that comment that I won't be engaging with this application owing to my late arrival. Chair, thank you.
Okay. Robert?
Thanks very much, Tom. Darren, this is just another problem associated with the popularity of this tourist attraction. And it's an issue that I suppose has to be resolved somehow. Could you put up the site map showing where the red line is? There's no reference has been made to the ecologist on behalf of the applicant looking at various sites, and this was found to be the most suitable. Where's the red line on this application?
So the site location map's on the drawing there in front of you, and you can see the red arrow.
Yeah.
And the centre is just
So
pointing
it's that
directly.
shaded area,
It's
just
pointing. It's pointing directly at the red line of the site. The red line just
Yeah.
goes around the car park with the additional lands in blue.
Yeah. I think I'm in a quandary here, especially in regard to the geological information now supplied by the expert from NED. Thanks.
Maybe if I can assist members just in terms of the policies again, does any NIA obviously have their legislation and statutory responsibilities. What's before you today is a planning application, so it's the planning policies, which are obviously the important issue before you. And you'll see from the two NH3 and NH5 that a development proposal which could adversely affect a site of national importance may be permitted, where the benefits of the proposal clearly outweigh the value of the site. So you can, as a council, and we can, as a council, approve this in full knowledge that it will have an adverse effect on the national site of national importance, or under NH5 as well, where the benefits clearly outweigh the value. And I think maybe is an opportunity for the applicant maybe to explore that in further detail and maybe provide more information to the council to assist you in relation to how the benefits of the proposed development clearly outweigh the value of the site. Similarly, under NH5, a similar sort of approach applies. We also do have a lack of information in relation to the impact on earth science features. So as an officer, I'd be advising you not to make a decision today other than refuse members. So, yeah.
Okay, Robert?
Thanks, Tom. I know I can't speak quickly enough, but I didn't realize it was that bad. Look, this is another one where I think we want to try and get to a solution, but I think the solution that's currently on the table is not the one that we should be going with. And because of that, I'm proposing that we defer. And I think within the deferral, I think discussion needs to take place about all land, possibly further back rather than just what's redlined at the moment, to try and see where there is availability that can be exploited, I think. And I mean exploited for the community benefit, not in the adverse term of exploitation. So that's my proposal. Defer back to the officers to have further discussions in a wider sense with the applicant and his agents and see where it leads. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Robert, for your proposal there. Before I bring Anthony in, Mary, I can't see you for some reason, but I understand you have your hand up.
Yeah, camera's on. I can see myself, unfortunately, Chairman, but if you can't see me, my apologies. But
we've got you.
I don't want to steal Anthony's thunder, but he might have wanted to do what I was going to do there, so I'll give way to him, and if it appears he's not acting in the same interest as me, I'll come back in again, Chair.
Sure he is. Anthony.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, and thanks for that, Mary. Yeah, I'll second Robert's proposal.
Okay. You have it proposed and seconded, members. Are we all agreed? Okay,
So the recommendation then, members, for LA 10 2021-1042, the recommendation of officers was to refuse planning permission. Members have gone against the recommendation and have decided to defer the application and delegate it back to officers to consider the application further and look at the application in more detail. That'll be under the scheme of delegation officers. So obviously, if the decision is favourable, where we can go through and approve without having to come back to you.
Okay, all agreed, members? Okay, the two Johns and Peter, thank you for your time. Bit of work ahead of you, so we'll leave you to it. Okay, we're going to move on, members, to application number 5, and that's LA 10 2021 1428F. Well, Tommy may have a wish to do whatever he wishes, but I don't. So we're going to take application 5. Tommy, have you any objection? Well, there you go. So we're without your objection, we're going to carry on with application 5, and we're going to take that. So.
Okay, members, so application 5 then is LA 10 2021-1428. It's a full application for a proposed car park facility, public toilet block and ancillary development. And the applicant then is DNL Farlow and Moffat, and the location then is lands approximately 780 metres southeast of Marble Arch Caves Visitor Centre on the Marlbank Road. Recommendation of officers is to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to 2 reasons. So members, just take you through the details then. On the screen, you can see on the left-hand side of the slide is the site location plan. So the site is the red line around the development site with additional lands then within the applicant's control in blue, and that extends to the field behind and also across the road. The aerial image then on the right-hand side is the approximate position of the site with the yellow star. And that's just an image then looking in towards the application site. So what's before you, members, then is a full application, as I say, for a proposed car park facility, the toilet block and development then ancillary to that. The layout then has been submitted as a proposal, and you can see the informal arrangement is an access coming off the public road, and then it breaks off into 4 sort of clusters of car parking, with the toilet block then directly with the area of the the red star. The application is accompanied by a comprehensive landscaping plan, which shows how the site will be landscaped with earth banks, native species hedging, and feathered trees to break up the visual impact and appearance of the site. The existing group of trees then will be retained on the right-hand side of the slide. So critical issue then is obviously the footpath link. The proposal does include a link across the site frontage and the adjacent field. So you can see the yellow star on the top slide is the car parking area, and there's a footpath across the frontage of the car park and a link then coming out, which will allow you then to walk along the front of that field. And you can see then the aerial image on the bottom of the slide, the car park's in the yellow star. So you'll be able to walk across the entire frontage of that field on a footpath off the public road. However, that will stop at the end of the red line. So on this slide, you can see you'll stop at the red star, and you'll have to then step onto the footpath or off the footpath and onto the public road and walk along the public road along that red line through to the entrance to the boardwalk trail, which is over on the left-hand side of the slide. You can see the car parking there. So the proposal also includes a toilet block, and that's the elevations of it. Rough cast render, black corrugated iron, and inside then you have 2 toilets. You have a male and female, and an office on one end and a janitor store on the other, showing the size of the building. There will be a cesspit as well included within the application, and that's the cross-section and image of it and details of it. Within the application, the applicant has submitted supporting information, and I've put that on the screen, members. These include images and photographs from a variety of sources, which I'm sure the agent will want to refer to during the speaking rights, and I can put those back up if they want to. It does show the cars parked along the public road over a variety of days and years. If we look then, just as this is the image then as you come out of the existing car parking area, so members who were at the site visit will recall this. So as you come out of the existing car park, the view to the right hand side, because that's going to be the direction then you'll have to walk towards the new car park. So that's, you can see there's no verge really there. You're going to have to walk along the side of the road. And I'll just go through a series of images all the way until we reach the side of the car park. So that's the view coming out of the car parking area. Then you're moving along the road. And that's the entrance then in front of you into the Marble Arch Caves. So you can see the sign for the caves on the left-hand side, and then the road straightens out towards our application site, which is just up at the top of the bend in the road. So just at that telegraph pole in front of you, you'll walk along the edge of the road, and then from there you'll be able to step off the public road onto the path, which will serve you then to the car park. So you can see from the report, members, the application is recommended for refusal as there is no connecting footpath, and pedestrians will have to walk on the public road, which is a danger to them and other road users. It's also not considered to be one of the range of types of development which are considered to be acceptable in the countryside. Members, really the issue for me and as a council is the lack of connecting footpath. I think the CTY won the overall range of types of development. We could between myself and the agent, we could resolve that. But members, the decision really is needed on this issue, but no connecting footpath. I know at the site visit there was a discussion in relation to the liability of the council if we were to go against the statutory consultee, which is DFI Roads, who are recommending refusal. So I think Anne-Marie is going to just provide some comment on that issue.
Yes, members, there was when looking into this issue, there was a recent case in England. It's where a local authority was challenged in relation to whether or not the planning authority owed a duty of care to individuals. Now, this was just recently in December in 2022, and I haven't had the opportunity to read the full judgment. However, there is comments in relation to the judge's comments, and I'll just quote them here, where he said that a duty of care can arise in a case where the local planning authority has created a danger of harm which would have not otherwise have existed. And he also goes on to give the example of a personal injury case. So that would perhaps be very relevant in this matter, members, giving the DFI Roads feedback in relation to this particular application and the concern about no connecting footpath. So it just would be a concern for members to think of the implications of the likelihood of the council being exposed to a risk of litigation in the future.
Okay, thanks, Anne-Marie. Darren?
Okay. That's me.
That's you? Okay, Les, that's yourself.
Thank you, Chairman. It's nice to be back in front of everybody, to see everybody's faces again. I've done a few.
Say that with a smile, Les, as well.
I've done a few online, and it's not quite the same. So,
you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman. So the applicant is a farm family, and they own quite a big block of upland farm at Culka. I heard Mr. Sheridan call it having a different pronunciation there, so forgive me, members, but I say Culka. Several years ago, the amazing success of the boardwalk started to bring big crowds there, as we all know, and the Trailhead car park just couldn't handle it. So cars were parked for miles everywhere along the roadsides. And you'll probably remember the press coverage, and and as Darren's alluded to there, I've put in some of that into the planning application file. And you'll remember that the council was urging people to stay away, and the PSNI were urging people to stay away. And again, I've put that information on the file. So people started opening the farm gates to park in my client's fields and other fields. Instead of my client locking the gates, he decided to open it up and formalize it into an ad hoc car park. It was temporary, it was unauthorized, but it immediately started to solve the problem. The emergency services and many other stakeholders encouraged my client to do that because it solved the problem. So we began work at that stage. I got involved and we began to try and find a long-term solution. And I spoke to senior planning officers and we appointed an expert team. Firstly, we got an ecologist and a geologist, and we examined all of my clients' holding. Because as you know, there's the geoparks of international importance, and those designations and those sensitivities are there. Both of these experts came back and identified the same field, the host field that we're talking about today, as the perfect place for a car park, because the underlying clays mean there's no hydrological link to the caves, and that's extremely important, members. The ecological sensitivities that are found everywhere else, these grasses and so on, they're not present on this particular agricultural field, and it's quite unique in that respect, and it's terribly, terribly important. So we identified this field using experts at the beginning. Then we brought in a full team. You've seen the landscape architects work. We appointed a roads engineer and a transport consultant, an architect and a drainage engineer, the whole team. And this was in consultation with your planners, councillors. As you've seen, the plans show pockets of parking and informal arrangements surrounded by native planting. We submitted then a pre-application discussion application. And so we went through the formal process to formalise those considerations with the planners. The responses were generally positive, but roads highlighted the desire for footpath the whole way to the site. We explored this, but it wasn't possible. And I'll be happy to talk to you in questions about that. In summary, we engaged with the council planning team, the other stakeholders at the beginning. It was a collaborative effort to devise the best possible scheme. So we've talked about, or you have talked about it earlier today. Is there a need for a car park? Yes, it's absolutely essential to create a safe place to park cars in an orderly manner in this area. The boardwalk is one of the outstanding tourist attractions in Fermanagh, but it is diminished if there's chaotic and dangerous roadside parking. It is diminished if there's a lack of toilet facilities. It is diminished by the toilet roll up that mountainside, which you've talked about earlier on. It is diminished by the unsightly nature of cars parked randomly along the mountain laneway all up the bottom half of the trail. The tourists go there for a walk, councillors, for an adventure or for a challenge. I don't think they want to struggle with car parking or walk past endless rows of cars sporadically along the bottom end of the trail. Good parking facilities are absolutely essential. This proposal provides those well-designed, visually excellent, an orderly solution that's sensitive to the receiving environment of this fragile ecology and the important underlying features of the geopark. DFI Roads has objected because people will have to walk along the road, but this does not take account of the full range of issues. It ignores the fact that there is not enough parking and there has been traffic chaos on Marlbank Road. And that's despite Mr. Sheridan opening up a lot of extra land for car parking, and we don't object to that at all. It's despite the fact that my client has opened up an informal, unauthorised car park. You know, the road service has totally ignored that. They're pretending there isn't a problem. They've ignored the fact that people are already encouraged to walk and cycle on this particular road. This part of the road is already designated as part of the Ulster Way, the walking route. It's part of the Culca Lake of Brocky Trail, another walking route. It's part of the Florence Court Forest Walk. It's part of the Claddagh Glen Walk, and it's also part of the Kingfisher Cycle Trail number 91. Road Services also ignored the fact that the Tourist Board website encourages people to park at Kelly-Keegan Nature Reserve and walk along Marlbank Road to get to and from the trailhead. It says that on the government website. DFI has ignored the fact this scheme includes 80 metres of new segregated footpath, which takes people off at least part of the road. They've ignored the fact that there are multiple signs along the road already advising that this road is a walking route where motorists can expect people to be walking on the road. And they have ignored the statement prepared by our expert transport engineer who commends the scheme on the basis that the problems associated with pedestrians at the moment are the pedestrians that DFI roads talk about are far outweighed by the need to prevent traffic chaos in the context of this particular site. Quite frankly, committee, I don't know what, maybe you know, but I don't know what positive steps DFI roads has actually taken to try and solve these problems. During this process, I've had no engagement with them despite requests and no hint that they are insisting in trying to find solutions. The fact is that people are already walking on Marlbank Road. And this goes back to the solicitor's comment, and I'd be pleased to answer a question on that later. People are already on that road. This car park, if this car park doesn't happen, then the problems will be worse than ever again, because my client is closing up the car park. He has to close up the car park that he's opened, the informal one. This car park is a proactive, positive development that solves a multitude of problems for the statutory bodies like DFI Roads, the Tourist Board, the police, Mountain Rescue, I could go on here, the council, and very importantly, it solves the problem for the tourists who are visiting Colca to seek an excellent Fermanagh experience. To sum up, Chairman, this committee is required to take balanced judgments, considering issues in the round. And I believe that this solution solves a lot of problems at this site. It will enhance the tourist experience at Colca, and I am pleased to commend the proposal to the committee. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Les. Members? Robert?
Yep, thanks, Tom. Les, this isn't a lecture or anything like that. You've been in front of the committee before. It's normally useful for us lay people with a limited or extended knowledge with regard to planning policies that agents address the recommendations for refusals. I know I've listened to you and I've dug through. You've gone a roundabout way and addressed that. Just possibly for future reference, it's more than useful for us if you go through the refusal recommendations in regard to that issue. You've highlighted one. I'm just asking, have you had any side conversations with DFI Roads in regard to the issues that they raise in regard to pedestrian traffic on part of Marlbank Road going from one to the other?
Okay. Yeah.
You, Councillor. Whenever we were going through the pre-application process, and I was dealing actually with Paul during that time, we looked at a proposal for a different link from this field, which was found to be the best field for the development, basically directly onto the footpath. So round the back of the little hill that was on the screen a while ago. And we simply couldn't do that because of land ownership issues. That's not achievable. And we also suggested to road service that a footpath could be created along the road, but that would be on third-party land. But really, Councillor, one of the things that I found frustrating during the process is that it's been quite a closed door. You know, I just haven't been able to have that kind of interaction with road service. We have put forward submissions and we've got written statements back, but not a hello, how are you? Let's try and solve this problem.
Okay, Josephine.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Ross, for your presentation. I think you've partly answered my query. You had said in your opening remarks that you would explain why you couldn't lay this footpath. So do I take it then that you're saying you can't provide this footpath because the land is not in the ownership of the applicant? And secondly, then, do I understand it that your case is that, you know, there is no existing footpath that the you know, the tourists or the visitors can use, and that road service have not come up with any proposals to provide one, and that furthermore on government websites this particular road is recommended as a walking route. Do I understand that correctly, or am I missing something else? Thank you.
I think you've got that perfectly. Yeah. My client would be very happy to facilitate the footpath wherever he could provide it, but he simply cannot do that on third-party land, and there's no cooperation, unfortunately, in that respect.
Thanks, Tom. I don't need too much interaction with Anne-Marie or Darren, but I will ask Darren, if recommendation refusal 1 is addressed, recommendation refusal 2 will fall. Is that correct? Yep. Right. In that regard, I've been out on the site visit. I know the area reasonably intimately over the last 30 or 40 years. We've talked in the previous 2 applications in regard to the increase in demand for access to that area because of the creation of a tourist destination. And Fermanagh and Omagh District Council are in the business as part of our strategic aim of creating Fermanagh and Omagh District Council to be a tourist destination for various aspects, and this has actually come about. There are issues in the previous applications, and that's aside. This one has to stand on its own. I think Les has referred to 2 studies basically saying that the site is about the most suitable that you want. It doesn't have any connection hydraulically with the Marlbank, and that the ground is basically agricultural ground. It's not ASSI. So in that regard, I don't take this lightly. I'm proposing to go against the officer's recommendation and actually propose approval. And I'll give you the reasons why and try and address the recommendations. 1, the first recommendation for refusal is basically about the lack of adequate footpath and pedestrians walking along the country road. Reference has already been made that part of this road beyond both sides of the boundary and beyond the Marlbank destination and down to the Legnabrochy Nature Reserve are already designated pedestrian walking routes, and that some signs have actually been placed along the way by DFI roads to try and inform vehicular traffic of what's going on. I would propose that this application is conditioned with an additional condition that further discussion takes place with regard to interaction with DFI roads about the placement by the applicant of additional signage, both before, within, and after the length of travel that the pedestrians will have to go on. 2, also, application is made to actually get a reduced speed limit, because we are actually looking at 3 or 4 areas of interest and designation and destination on that road. And because the road is not a high enough grade, traffic find it difficult to actually transverse it. So I think it would be appropriate that within the area that's the Marlbank Caves and the boardwalk and this area of car park, that the speed limit is actually reduced. Now that would have to be an application from the agent and applicant to DFI Roads to justify it. I think the justification is there in with regard to the increased usage on the road, and that would be necessary. I think the design of the car park is sympathetic. It's an informal design, and it tries to integrate itself within what limited cover of landscape there is, bearing in mind that the application site is at a lower aspect than the road, the Marlbank Road, and there is a large area of high ground beside it, out with, not within the ownership of the applicant, but the adjoining landowner, but it produces a backdrop which will actually further integrate the car park. I would suggest that the finishes on the toilet block, and the toilet block is reasonable in size for the amount of car parking that be looked at. So if it could become more a characteristic of the development within the area. Because of that, I think those issues could be mitigated. Also, I think to address the issue of liability on the council, appropriate signage within the car park and out with the car park should be drawn up to try and highlight to the users of the car park that it is still predominantly a vehicular transit route that they're actually going onto, and that they need to take extra care and attention. But one would hope that if reduced car park, a speed limit was introduced, that difficulty or danger could be mitigated down. And anyway, I think over the last couple of years of the usage, the increased usage, I think, of vehicular traffic on that, it would be interesting to know the traffic statistics with regard to any vehicular incidents or vehicular pedestrian incidents to actually back up the assertion from the DFI Roads experts in regard to their problem. I should also highlight that in other areas, particularly in the Republic of Ireland, in other words, in other jurisdictions, and over in England, where you have extremely high concentration of tourists within an area because of a designation, particularly about walking, you do get mixed use on the country roads. And a lot of the country roads, particularly in the Lake District, are a lot smaller and narrower. And they are actually traversed by cars and by walkers. And people are fully aware that it is mixed use. We now need to recognise that up in the Marlbank and actually start to instigate a procedure there that people will accept mixed use up there. And those are the mitigations. So my proposal is to approve as opposed to the officer's recommendation to refuse. And because of that, I feel that there is need for this in the countryside, and condition recommendation 2 for refusal will fall thereby. Thank you.
If I could just comment on that, members. Certainly in relation to the second issue, I think the member has eloquently covered that all. However, in terms of the condition about the future discussion with roads about the placement of additional signage, that would not meet the test of a planning condition. Planning officers, if you attach that to the application, the applicant can just apply to get it removed, and that would fall immediately. We would also likely have costs soared against us if he was to appeal that condition. So that condition would not meet the test of a condition. In relation to getting the reduced speed limit, again, that would be outside of the planning process. I think for members, if you're going to go down the road of approving this, it's on the basis of the current speed limit. If there's a reduction, we come back when the reduction happens. We have to take it on the basis of what's there today. And I think you did refer in your speaking there about the bend in the road, and the speeds were low anyway. So I think that would cover it. So if members were going to go with that proposal, it would be, the officers would not be saying it would be a sustainable proposal because the conditions wouldn't apply.
Yeah, I'm happy enough with regard to the explanation coming from the officer to remove that and not to put it in as a recommendation, but I still contend with going forward for approval, and I think I've given enough evidence to back that up or justify why I'm doing it. Thanks.
Robert.
Can I just, apologies for pushing this, Councillor, but you'll be aware of the wider picture here. In terms of the proposal that has come forward, it was on the basis of those conditions, and that was part of the justification. If the member wishes to just provide a justification without those conditions, that's going to be needed as a matter of record, because at the moment the proposal is based on that condition. If you're now saying, okay, you're not going to go ahead with that, there needs to be an explanation about why you're now approving this contrary to DFI rules and planning officer's recommendation.
Okay,
Right,
Robert,
sorry.
while you're thinking about that proposal, I'm just going to fall in here.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Members, I would, I suppose, urge a lot of caution in this. The statutory consultee, who is the expert in relation to road and pedestrian safety, is recommending a refusal here. And if this council was to approve that development without the pedestrian linkage, you'd be encouraging people to walk along that road with no control either side of the road, and potentially result in a casualty or some injury. And Anne-Marie has given us an indication of liability there. I think two other points, just members. We heard from the previous applicant that there's no longer an issue with parking along the road or the verge. So it's in a more managed situation than it would have been back in 2017. And the photographs that you've seen where there's sort of endless cars parked along that verge. And I think there's other references there being made to the Ulster Way. And just to put that in context, this application is proposing to bring each day 600 visitors to that car park and walk along that road. And that is in a completely significantly different and a lot more people walking that road than what would be through the Ulster Way. So I think it's a lot different, members, and I would urge caution. In terms of signage, agree totally with Darren. Plus, under the LDP, we've done a landscape character review. This area is identified as an area of high scenic value. It's certainly not an area that we want to promote sort of proliferation of signage along the roadway. So that's my view, Chair. Thanks.
Okay. Do you want to come in now, Robert?
Yeah, I'll have to clarify if I'm dropping the condition to go with DFI roads, I need to justify if what I've given, in my opinion, is enough to actually overcome one. I do think it is enough, and I take on board what Paul has said with regard to the increased usage. But at the moment, with tourism provision already being promoted both from the Nature Reserve and from the Ulster Way, just because people aren't using it doesn't mean to say in the future they can't use it. So there is a potential to actually have increased pedestrian use on the road. What I'm saying is this is going to regularize it and control it a lot more. And just because it's a car park condition for so many cars, which is the potential for so many people, the evidence possibly is that there's reduced usage on that road. Therefore, there could be reduced usage of the car park. So yes, you can go to the maximum, but you can also go to the minimum as well, Paul. So I believe because it's already a recognised pedestrian route on a main vehicular route, that the justification is there. So I'm happy to go with it. I'm still going for the approval.
Okay, thanks, Robert. Mary?
Thank you, Chair. And I've got to say, I agree with a lot of Robert with what he's saying, but my difficulty is the liability to the council and us doing good practice in that regard. And like the other application, there's certainly merit in what he said and things that are out of our control. And I know he took them out of his original proposal, but would it not, and I'm asking Darren, to keep us kind of clear of any liability and to tidy up some of those points that Robert has mentioned. And, you know, if this was deferred to some of those things were ironed out where it was kind of neater, and we would believe that the risk of liability to us, I appreciate people are walking on it now, and people will, but the minute the council approves this and there's no walkway, we've leaving ourselves slightly open to challenge if there was a personal injury or an accident, and that's something we have to be very conscious of at all times. So I'm wondering if Darren would think would there be merit in deferring this back to those items that someone that Robert referred to were tidied up, and it would mean that down the line this could be more viable for us to approve. At the minute, I couldn't support Robert's proposal because I think it's a reckless one from a council corporate body level. So just if Darren could see if that would be a good suggestion or not, it's just a question. Thank you.
Well, ultimately, it's members' decision whether you wish to defer it. I don't want to influence that. However, I can tell you, in speaking to roads, they will not change their opinion. They, as roads, love a hard footpath, and they want a footpath linking through from the end of this site through to the trailhead, and there'll be no leeway in that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mary. John?
Yeah. I think we're in quite a quandary here. We've went out and looked at this site because the importance we feel it brings to our council area, and I feel this application really by the consultees isn't being given the same weight, because the main opposer to the previous two was online and was prepared to contribute. But DFI Roads, there's no presence here today at all to answer any of our questions. And I feel some of the questions that have been asked and have been put forward, they're not here to answer them. And I find that difficult when there's such importance on this with everything else that we as a council do. And I don't know, can we defer this and have DFI Roads work with the agent and come back to us, and then we can put the questions to them to see, because they basically give us a piece of paper and said this is it, and we're not prepared to talk about it. Whereas we were able to ask those things come out, but we were able to ask questions and see if there was a way ahead, and we think there may be a way ahead. And this one here, we're not seeing that at all. It's yes or no.
Unfortunately, with roads, that is ultimately what the question is, and the reply will be yes or no. Do you need a footpath? Yes or no? And they're saying yes, unreservedly, given the alignment of the road, the bend in it, etc. But listen, if you want to ask them along, certainly we can do that as officers, and as a council, we can invite them similarly to NIA and see if they will attend.
Aaron?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. A long debate on this one. That, I sympathise with everybody that is in here at the minute with regard to this issue. Judging by what has been said, a DFA not on the call and not prepared to answer anything, I would say I'll formally propose that we have a deferral and we invite DFA Roads to come along and give us their explanations in person. I'd like to hear them in person. Our agents and everything else has been here today in person. I'd like to hear them in person. And I'll formally propose that we have a deferral until this, hopefully this issue can be resolved. When they come and give us their version of events, and we'll see where that goes. Formal deferral.
Sarah? John?
Thank you, Chair. No, I've listened to Robert and his, asking about reducing in the speed limit, and that as I've taken on board what Darren has said about that it's very black and white with DFI Roads, but like Councillor Thompson has made the proposal, but if he could flesh it out a bit and say that in the meantime that there is discussions between agent, council officers and DFI, so that if they are saying no, it's a footpath, then is there, can we get round it by what Councillor Irvine had said about reducing the, speed limit? I know what Paul has said about the signage, but maybe that interior signage in the car park needs to be put up, that is warning. But I think a discussion about the reducing of the speed limit in, in this area, Marrabank, is something that could be worked out. And it is at this minute in time being used dual purpose. It is being cars and pedestrians, and it needs to be formalised in some situation. But I will second Earl's proposal if he will initiate that there's discussions between now and the next planning meeting around the issues. And look, if everything is black and white, and if we don't, if you don't speak to each other and come to an agreement to, iron out problems, that's not the way. And it is people, our tourism, our local constituents that are living in the area will be at a disadvantage, and we have to do everything properly. So I'll second the deferral.
Thanks, Tom, for letting me back in. Look, subsequent to the discussion, I will withdraw my proposal. I still think work needs to be done, and I think talking about the 3 applications in the one area, I think this applicant needs to talk to adjoining landowners, because the issue is basically a footpath that would actually sort the problem. It's not the actual development, it's the lack of adjoining footpaths from one location to the other. I think there may be a better set of circumstances now for a further discussion. So thank you.
Okay. I think Les is well aware of where the problem is. Anthony, I have a proposal here, so
Yeah,
you're adding something different.
No, just happy to support. I think it's a good thing to
Okay,
do.
your support.
Definitely is needed for car park up. And Robert made some good points there, but some of that be easier said than done.
Okay, thank you. And Earl, are you
Earl,
telling
just-
me you're willing to flesh out to?
Just we'll need to flesh it out a bit more, and obviously there has to be conversations that's going to take place between our agent applicant, our planning officers, DFI, and any other interested parties. And Councillor Irvine has also mentioned the other landowners in the area as well. I would like that to be a wide-ranging conversation to take place in the meantime, and we have deferred it, or I'm proposing deferral now. Seconded by Councillor Coyle.
Okay, thanks for clarification there, Earl. At the end of the day, we can only ask and those that are willing to talk and to negotiate. So with that in mind, it has been proposed and seconded that we defer and allow those discussions. Are we all agreed, members? Okay, Darren?
Okay, members, so application number 5, LA 10 2021 1428, full application. The recommendation was to refuse planning permission. Members have gone against the recommendation and have agreed to defer the application and to allow a meeting to take place between roads and the applicant and planning officers and other parties if they're willing to attend.
Okay, all agreed, members? Thank you. And can I have a proposal seconder, Paul and Robert, 10 minutes, gentlemen and ladies. So we'll
I'm
reconvene.
just going to say, Chair, isn't it ironic that we are now proposing a comfort break after all that?
Somewhat indeed, Mary, somewhat indeed. 20599. It's a proposed off-site replacement well.
Members, just to give you an update in relation to application number 1, LA10 2022-0599, the outline application for an off-site replacement dwelling by Mr. McCann at Todsley Road and 6 Mile Cross. Planning officers received an amended plan on Monday, showing a revised position for the house. In light of that, officers are requesting that the application is deferred today to allow that amendment to be sent out for public consultation again. And then officers will review the application after that and form a new recommendation. So in light of that all, if I could also ask that as well as a deferral, it's actually delegated back to planning officers to consider within the scheme of delegation. You will be advised of the officer's recommendation because there are objections to it, so it'll go on the weekly list and you can keep an eye out for it there. And if you wish to call it in, you still have that opportunity to do so. So officers are requesting deferral and delegation back for consideration within the scheme of delegation.
Paul, you're going to help me out on that?
Proposed.
Thank you very much. And Robert, you're second.
Seconded, Chair, yeah, thanks.
Thank you. And we're all agreed, members? Very much. Okay, we're going to move along then to application 2 then, and that's LA 2022-1062. And that's dwelling with detached domestic garage.
So application 2, LA10 2022-1062, an outline application by P. McDonald for a dwelling with a detached domestic garage on lands 50 metres west of 244 Clabby Road, Drumcore and Tempo. The recommendation of officers is to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to one reason. I'll just take you through the details then, members. So on the screen then is the site location plan. And you can see the site's identified by the red rectangle. So it's just beside the red star. The rectangle is the road front of the field with the additional lands then in control of the applicant in blue out to the rear of the field. The site location plan also identifies then the other properties nearby and gives their postal addresses. Accompanying that application or that drawing then is drawing 02, which provides supporting sort of information on how the applicant considers this to be an infill site under CTY 8. And you can see the location of the proposed site above the red star. And then it identifies the other buildings nearby and gives you information on their frontage. So you can see 240 metres, 32, and then 250. So I'll come on to that in further slides. The applicant has also sent in another additional supporting drawing. And again, this seeks to demonstrate how the site is an infill opportunity under CTY 8. So our application site is identified above the red star. And then it identifies then number 240 on the right-hand side, number 244, which is in blue. You then our application site, you then have a gap, and then you have an area in green, and then an area in blue, which is number 250. And as I say, the applicant is submitting that in support of the application. So in terms of the details then of what's before you, members, so this is the application site, and you do have a number of properties nearby. You have 244 and 250. So if we just overlay that, you can see the application site then in the area of the red star. And if we start over on the right-hand side, you have number 240. And you have then number 244, which is just behind the copse of trees. And then you have the application site, a green field, and then number 250. So if we start over on the right-hand side at number 240, you can see there's a house and a garage out the back. So the house is the yellow star, and the garage then is the green star. And then on the right-hand side, you can see a zoomed-in image showing the location of the garage in relation to the existing dwelling. And that's a Google Street View image then, members, looking up towards the house. So you can see the house then and the garage then, the gable of the garage at the back. So we'll move along the road to number 244, which is the dwelling in amongst the copse trees. And that's the Google Street View image. As you go along the road, you can see the trees. And then that's the entrance into that property. Fence along the road and the trees then. And then if you go along and turn around and look back on yourself, you can see then that's the trees around that property. You can also see then the two walls on the right-hand side of the large green trees, which advise they're an old agricultural building or related to agricultural use. There's just two walls there. There's no roof or no rear on it, and they're just sitting in the field. Our application site then is a rectangular shaped, roughly a rectangular shaped plot at the edge of the road. And it's beside that, those two gable or those two walls of the old agricultural building. And that's then a Google Street View image looking into the site. I'm moving just along the road then and looking back on yourself slightly. You can see the application site then with a red star. So we'll continue along the road to the right hand side, and that's the adjacent field then, looking towards number 250. And as we move up the road towards number 250, you get to the edge of the number 250 and you turn around and look back, you can see the adjacent field. Our application site then is the other side of those bushes and trees along the field boundary, in behind where the red arrow is. So again, then we go on up the road to look at number 250. And you can see the yellow star is the location of the house, and then you have a variety of outbuildings beside number 250. And then in the red star, there's a grass field or a field in front of that building. So that's the house. You can see the dwelling sitting at right angles to the road, and the other buildings then around it. As we move up towards the gate, you can see, you look in there, the sheep and the small field at the front, of the paddock at the front. And then move along to the property. That's the entrance into the property. So again, members, that red star area is material within the overall site frontage. You'll note from the report then, members, that the issue is that the proposal is not an exception to policy, as the exception is not triggered. The application will not create or add to a ribbon of development due to the alignment of the road, the trees, the hedges, etc., and the screening of the site. So the exception test to allow for a new house under CTY is not triggered because there's no ribbon created or added to. However, even if it was triggered, the view of officers is that there may be 3 buildings with a common frontage to the road, but they don't have an appearance of a substantial and continuously built up frontage. And there's also room for more than 2 dwellings. So the site frontage, when you take it and you overlay it into the next field, and also the field in front of the outbuildings at 250, unfortunately, you then have room for more than 2 dwellings. So it's not a small gap capable of taking 2 dwellings. And that's just the dimensions then of that plot on the end. Remember, just for your information, so there's room about 40 meters in length, and at the narrowest that would be 20 meters by 24. So there is ample room within there for a new building to be constructed, which is the policy test. So again, members, as I say, unfortunately, there's room for 4 in between the gap. So the recommendation is to refuse planning permission as it's contrary to CTY 1. There's no CTY 8 reason, as the proposal would not create or add to a ribbon of development.
Okay, thanks, Darren. And we have Paul McDonnell, Eugene Holden, and we have Councillor Steve McCann then in support of the application. So Paul and Eugene, can you hear us?
Yes, Chair, I can hear you. Eugene Ho.
Okay, Eugene, you're very welcome.
Thank you.
You have 10 minutes between you there, so you can start anytime you're ready.
Well, I don't intend to go over the layout of the site because Darren has described it quite accurately. My argument would be that the frontage of number 250, that it's where he had indicated the possible space for a house, is actually the courtage of 250. It's marked on one of my maps as being 78 meters. There's a cluster of outbuildings and other types of structures there that would seem to suggest that it's being used for the enjoyment of number 250. And taking that into account, that road frontage of 78, and taking in the road frontage of 244, which is indicated 32 meters, you get a distance of 110 meters between 244 and 250. And if you divide that by 2, you're looking at an average of about 55 meters, which I think is reasonable for 2 sites in a rural area. I don't accept the argument that that you could put 4 houses on it. because there's a certain amount of space that you have to allow for privacy and amenity space at each house. So therefore, I think it fits in to CTY 8. And that's about all I would have to say about it, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Eugene. Paul, are you speaking or?
Thank you, Chair. I would have very little more so to add, apart from what Eugene has previously said there. Upon liaison with Eugene, I think he's a fair idea of what's happening, so I'm happy to let Eugene talk on my behalf.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Okay, so Stephen?
Yes, Chair.
You can, oh, sorry, yes, I'll take it if there's no indication of any questions, but no questions. Okay, Stephen.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to you all. This committee deals with infill opportunities on an almost monthly basis. And when you consider what the spirit of the policy is about, I feel this is your typical opportunity under the policy. What is significant here is the level of road frontage. The average road frontage of the adjacent properties works out at roughly 55 metres. The gap in question is 110 metres, which when you allow for the requirement of the need to accommodate, or the site to accommodate 2 sites, this fits in perfectly with the policy. And without repeating what Mr. Ho was just presented, I wish to add my support to Paul, who is trying to build a home for his family. And as a local councillor, I will always endeavour to support those who wish to live in this area where they are born and raised. Keeping our young people in the district should be a key priority for this council, and I know that we will always try to do this where we can. Planning opportunities can be very hard to come by in this large rural council area, and when opportunity is presented before council, which fits within the spirit of the policy, I strongly believe that we should take a holistic approach to the interpretation of that policy rather than a more stringent black and white interpretation. I would urge the committee to approve this application here today, and I'm more than happy to voice my support for the McDonald family this afternoon. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. Okay, Darren, any comments?
No members happy to take any questions.
Sure.
So, Darren, as you know, I like these infill sites. Can you put up the photograph with the layout? That's the one. Yes, thank you.
That one.
The one with the 4 on it. Is there any? Obviously, there's an old silo pit there at the top that's unused. That doesn't count for anything. I take it it's just 2 walls, or
It's a commitment in the landscape, so it does count. When you're looking at the infill policy, the idea is to fill a gap within the substantially continuously built up frontage. So those are 2 substantial walls. So I as a planner, I would say yes, they do count. They are impacting on the character and appearance of the area. That's not the issue. The issue though is there room for 2 houses, which is what the policy allows, or is it more than 2 houses? And that's the red rectangles again, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'll study this photograph, Darren, but I don't think I'll be coming back to you. I can't see any way out of this one.
I agree, Margaret, Carly. Again, just the question of dimensions for the existing curtilage of the other dwellings. Could you had them figures there, Darren? If you could just clarify again. Obviously, it's submission of Mr. Ho and indeed Mr. McCann. There is that they believe there is, in line with the other dwellings, there may only be the 2 options there.
Yeah, so I think it's only fair to show the the applicant's supporting information as opposed to using mine all the time.
Yeah.
So this is a supporting drawing in from the agent. And the argument being presented is that you have number 240, you have the blue one then, which is 244. You then our application site before you today. You then have a site for a gap. And the argument being presented is there's only room for one in there. And then you have the green and the blue. And the argument before the committee by the applicant is there's only room for two. Based on that drawing. Now, for me, looking at the spirit of the policy has been referred to, and I do agree with that. When you go down to an aerial image and you overlay an approximate size or shape of a dwelling on our application site, can you do the same and replicate that across the frontage? And unfortunately, this time, yes, you can. There would be room for a similar sized house in the adjacent field, and one beside it, and then another one in that paddock at the top.
Yeah, and just for clarification again, Darren, through the chair, what's the average curtilage distance for the other dwellings that are on the road there? Just
So this is it's key. The policy has been clarified now. It's not a mass test. It's not sitting down measuring. And as a rule of thumb, we would avoid that because that would rule out a lot of sites. So we try and avoid that and stay away from using mass equations. It's almost a case of put your house on your site and replicate that along the road is the fairest and easiest way for everybody. Now, I have the dimensions, I can tell you them, but I would encourage members not to introduce that as a policy test because it will rule out other sites, and that's the difficulty. So in terms of our application site, it's approximately 34 metres at the front and about 40 metres in the middle. So it's about, I'll go back to there. There, it's about 40 metres in width. Okay, the next site then is approximately the field next door. So it's to the left of that is approximately 60 metres in width. Now, if you take a bungalow is normally about 24 metres long. Now you could fit a bungalow onto our site and two bungalows onto the field next door, or a store and 3/4 house again, one on our site, two next door. The plot size is what you're looking at rather than the specific dimensions. So if you imagine a house on that site, can you put two similar sized on the one next door? Unfortunately, you can, which is why officers have come up with that drawing as a best sort of impression of the future development potential here.
So that Darren? How much more?
Can I just clarify before I bring Robert in, Darren? So you can sort of overlay the size of the house on there. Does the sort of amenity area not come in there as a sort of a thing as well? So on site one, we'll call it there, you have substantial amenity, you're reducing your amenity, then on site 2, 3, 4 then has reasonable, but it's in a yard of another building.
Yeah. Oh, definitely those are material considerations. And there have been other occasions where we've used that justification as officers to go forward and say it is an infill opportunity. What you're looking at in the policies looking at is to infill gaps between buildings. So if you put a house on our site and then replicate that along, that's what the policy is trying to look at. Artificially reducing sizes of sites and reducing adjacent fields and plots like it doesn't really work. The policy doesn't want to encourage that and go forward with that. So that wouldn't be a way around the issues that are before you.
And can I just clarify also then, the site to the extreme left then is in the courtyard or the field of the farmhouse there? Would you
yeah, so
be
that's
saying that was sort of an overlooking issue and all the rest of it, that while technically space-wise you have the space to put a house in there, you wouldn't want to be going in there with a house? Is that
yeah
a possibility that you're ruling out for other sites down the line in some other place?
It really comes down to the size of the application of that plot, whether you physically can put a house onto it. And the answer to that is yes. It's about 40 metres long, 25 metres in depth. So there is physically room to do that. Whether you can then put the house there without adversely impacting number 250, well, you could. There's good enough separation distance between it. You could orientate the house, keep the windows away from that left-hand side and permit a dwelling. And I've said to you before, members, if we were coming along trying to refuse a site like that, I think you would be asking me why you're trying to refuse it. So, if somebody did come in for something like that, we as officers would be going forward with a recommendation to approve. So,
yep. Cheers, Darren. Thank you. see, Robert?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. It's just purely an observation. I know when we're talking about infill sites, it's really determined on the ground conditions, but it's also sort of related back to plot layouts on the road. And I know looking at back from 250, this is just an observation, that the plot widths as they go down to the Abbey Road are quite wide, whereas we do come along and see a lot of them which are narrower, and that's where we juggle. So it's really, I'm just observing that the existing layout on the ground of the existing houses, the plot frontages are quite long in that. So it's just the observation. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Rob.
Members, if it would assist, if there's no recommendation coming forward, could I suggest maybe we defer and delegate it back to officers just to explore the other policy tests? The applicant does own a few fields there. Whether there'd be an opportunity for a house on a farm would be something that I think would be worth exploring, given he has paid the application fee and the application is described just as a dwelling. So there would be opportunity to maybe look at that and see if we can work with the applicant on that.
Mary?
Yes, Chair, and it's a difficult one, and we've referred to the spirit of the policy, and people would think perhaps only one house could be there, depending on their personal taste and one thing or another, not. But I think that's every member may differ in that. But in the interest of maybe clarity and maybe working with the applicant and Mr. Ho, I'll agree or propose that we defer it back to see is there other options before we finally make a decision, perhaps on this without preempting. So I'll propose a deferment, Chair. Thank you.
Spirit. John?
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to second Councillor Garrity's proposal that we give it back to officers to explore through other policies that may assist.
Well, just to come in to say that I'm in favour of that proposal. Myself and Auntie were just discussing the alternative options that may be available. So it'll be interesting to see what other options are available, because this is certainly not the first infill site that we have had to go with the officers, where there was obviously the potential of two or more. And obviously in this case, it's very hard for us to argue against what you have suggested, Darren. So certainly would be delighted if it comes back with a more positive result next time. Thank you, Chair.
And as I say, members, if you wish to delegate it back to officers, I'll provide you with an update rather than coming back to committee, just to speed things up with that. That's it.
I'm sure Mary and John, you're happy with that. Okay, you have it proposed and seconded, members. Are we all in agreement? Okay, thank you, members. Darren?
Okay, members, so application LA 10 2022-1062, the application was recommended for refusal. Members have not agreed with the recommendation and have agreed to defer the application and delegate it back to officers to consider other policies within PPS 21.
Okay, Eugene and Paul, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we're moving along to LA 10 2022-0895.
So number 3, then application number 3, LA 10 2022-0895, an outline application for a proposed story-and-a-half dwelling and detached garage for D.O. Kane on a site immediately adjacent to and northeast of 116 Gilly Road, Omagh. The recommendation is to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to 4 reasons. So members, the site location plan then is on the screen. You can see the red outline of the site adjacent to the Gilly Road. Additional lands in the control of the applicant in blue, with the other buildings in identified near to the site. So I'll come on to those in a second. The application is made under CTY 10 as a house on a farm, so there is an established farm business with nothing sold off. These are the farm maps then, so you can see the yellow land then is the land within the farm business. And the applicant has written onto the business plans then this location of the site adjacent to the principal farmhouse. And then the principal farmyard is also annotated. It's hard to make out in that plan, so I will come back to it and I'll update you members. Say it's written on there, but it's hard to make out. So you have the application site then up beside the Gilly Road, which is beside number 116, which is the farmhouse. And then you move along the private laneway, which runs past the house down to the farm buildings, which are identified on that aerial photograph, as you can see. Well, Google Street View image then, just travel along the Gilly Road. You can see over on the right-hand side is the farm buildings, set back from the road. You then have number 116, the bungalow sitting there, and then our application site is to the left. So moving along the road, you can see there the site then is identified by the red star. It's that green parcel of land beside the house. The site actually includes part of the dwelling's garden. So the fence line that's shown in that plan, members, is not the application site boundary. It is going to take up part of their garden. And I'm sure the agent will refer to that as well in his speaking rights. So just moving along, as you can see, that's the site in front of you, with the slope then evident rising up from the road. And as you go around the corner then, that just gives you an idea of the gradients on the site. And then if you come around the back and you're looking back in the other direction, you can see the site then is on the left-hand side, and that's the red star. So the agent has put in supporting information in relation to the application. So this is a drawing showing the views. So you view A and view B. A lot of information on that, member. So I'll just let you look at. You can see view A is over on the left as you're approaching along the Gilly Road towards the application site, and the road then bends round. You view B over on the right-hand side. If you're coming from that direction, the site then is on the bend of the road, and there's a tree line boundary which is shown on the plan at the back. The applicant then is stating that there's a visual 120-meter frontage across the front of the site. So these are the supporting slides from the agent, and as you can see there, that's the view along the Gilly Road. And then as you move closer to the site, you can see its location again. And then this plan, this slide is the agent's image of a new dwelling superimposed onto that Google Street View image. So you can see the lowering of the ground to the new level and the location of the dwelling. And then as you come along a bit closer, you can see the impression from the agent of the new dwelling. And then that's the view B, which the agent just submitted. So that's the view. You're up the road, turn around and come back and look on yourself. You can see the hedge over on the left-hand side, which is the rear of the site. So you'll note from the report, members, it's for a house on a farm under CTY 10. There is an established farm business and nothing sold off. However, the site is beside number 116, which is a farm dwelling, but there's only one building. So therefore, the application site is not clustered or grouped with a group of buildings on the farm, because there's only one building. The site's roadside plot rises up steeply from the edge of the laneway, and the proposal is to cut into the slope. Any new dwelling would be prominent and lack a sense of enclosure. The applicant proposes to cut into the slope to reduce the levels, but this will not blend sympathetically with the landform and require the regrading and retention of the bank at the rear, which is out of character with the countryside location. The applicant has now clarified that the description as a story-and-a-half dwelling is actually a bungalow with a roof space conversion. So the height of that would not be as prominent in the field as a story-and-a-half, typical story-and-a-half dwelling, which would have the upper floors. So the recommendation then, members, is to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the 4 reasons.
Okay, thanks, Darren. We have David McKinley as the agent.
Still here. Still here, Chair. Thank you. Yep.
Nothing like stamina, David. So you have 10 minutes.
Yep, that's fine. I turn off the video, by the way, just so that I can make sure the sort of the audio goes through. So that's the way I'm not showing my ugly face.
Father, as long as we hear you.
Thank you, Chair and committee members, for allowing me to speak in rights on behalf of Damien O'Kane. The application is refused under CTY 1, 10, 13 and 14. CTY 1, as we know, will falter if we overturn 10, 13 and 14. Policy CTY 10 is the first refusal in that the buildings is not visually linked or sited to cluster with an established group of buildings on the farm. Darren, can I ask you to go back to slide 59, please? So there, that's perfect. Whilst I hadn't included it, Darren had, thank goodness, but the farm buildings, that's the principal farm buildings, is over to your right-hand side, extreme right. Number 116 is the principal farm dwelling. Now, I'm sited right beside 116. Therefore, I'm visually linked to the farm dwelling, or indeed visually linked to the farm buildings as well. It's all seen in the one, and that's about 200 metres away from the dwelling. So I'm glad Darren had that in place. Darren, I'm also looking for the overall sketch that I done with the handwriting on it, the location map. No, keep her going. Next one, I think. Next one. Oh, you're going the wrong way. Sorry, keep her going the other way. A wee bit more. That one there, yeah. No, I'd taken photographs and it showed indicative dwellings and bits and pieces, but we prepared a map to indicate where the principal farmyard was and the principal farm dwelling is. The principal farm dwelling is where the farm manager, Damien's dad, lives, and that site's adjacent to the proposal. Lives and has been registered there for more than 6 years. In fact, up until recently, his father lived in the farmhouse within the yard, and it's now accommodated by another son. We have cited the dwelling right beside the principal farm dwelling. That, in my eyes, completely overrides CTY 10, in that the dwelling is sited beside the father's dwelling. The attached photographs before and proposed reiterate the closeness even of the farmyard, which we just talked about, and photograph C indicates the gable of the farm buildings as you do view the farmyard and the proposed dwelling on view A, only further back towards the Dunquin Road. That's basically the photograph Darren showed initially. So I'm visually linking with the principal farm dwelling, and I'm visually linking with the principal farmyard. On the only approach that can be seen, which is in this case view A from the west, there's nothing available from view B coming as hills until you hit the site. CTY 13 and 14, I'll attack that now in the one hit, as it is a prominent feature in the landscape, and as the site is unable to provide a suitable degree of enclosure for a store-and-a-half dwelling to integrate into the landscape, as a building on the site would fail to blend with landform, existing trees, buildings, slopes, and other natural features. In theory, also, we'll talk about that a supporting structure should not be allowed, and we'll come to that. This site is a significant tree line to the rear of the site. Darren, can you go to one of the other photographs? I can't remember, it's view C maybe. Well, even that one will do fine. There, that's perfect. The site is a significant tree line to the rear of the site. That's evident on the attached photographs, both proposed and existing. We proposed to reduce the existing ground level to the same level. You can see from that photograph actually that the existing dwelling sits within a dugout site. Granted, not that bad, but it is there. The whole idea was to reduce the site down to the same level as the existing dwelling, and that will bring the bank down next to the road and hopefully give us a better view around this corner. So is this really to allow the proposed dwelling to look like, and at the very least look good and look right with the existing dwelling? However, if this is not acceptable, the dwelling will sit slightly higher and still integrate with the presence of the existing dwelling just in front, which is 116, and the tree lines to the rear. Don't forget, we're arriving at a near 135-degree corner. That bend's quite complicated to manoeuvre. A corner from which I have witnessed many an accident, and indeed I've had one also. The concentration required to actually manoeuvre around the corner will ensure no one will be looking at the dwelling. The only viewport into the site is from the west as you travel past the site for approximately 120 metres. There's no visual from the eastern approach. This proposal is not prominent in any way. If we go back actually to the photographs that it's shown with a very rough idea there, in particular, or even the next one, that one there, what we're trying to do is blend this existing height of the house similar to what's there, and that works perfect. There's loads of room to put a dwelling in there. We have, through dialogue with the planning officer, discussed the possibility of a bungalow with an attic conversion, and that's what is on the table. The applicant is looking for a modest 3 to 4 bedroom dwelling, obviously a bungalow carrying a larger footprint existing dwelling provides a suitable degree of enclosure, which is 116, and the trees to the rear also provide a tremendous background. Again, evidence on the attached photographs. C2Y 14, an auxiliary works to regrade, this is refusal number 3, the land and the construction of supporting structures do not integrate with the surroundings. The regrading of the existing land is a suggestion if it helps integration. However, the concerns for the department is that a supporting structure viewed from the public road would be unacceptable as it doesn't integrate. The wall to the rear will not be visible to the rear to protect the trees and bits and pieces. It's only going to be a metre-high wall. My proposed photographs show if the level is reduced, it will also reduce the bank next to the road and perhaps give a better view around the corner. Again, the supporting structure is not visible as it will be behind the dwelling. We believe this location does integrate. We also believe any supportive structures is not visible to the public. I hope in my speedy delivery, I hope I've explained that relatively well. The proposal, the sketches of the small houses is fairly close to what they're thinking, and it gives you an idea of height in relation to the tree line behind. If you can just bear in mind that the only visual input is really that view and view A, I think it is. It's about a 200-metre lead up to that corner, and once you go around the corner, you don't see it. But it is sited beside the principal farmhouse, and it is visually linked. You can clearly see that with the farmyard behind. That ends my presentation, Chair. Thank you very much. It's willing to take any questions.
Okay, thanks, David. Well, members are thinking of a question. Where does the entrance, David?
I can answer that one. Yes, it's paired with the original entrance. If we go back to the photograph that we just worked away from, Darren, please, there. Do you see the fence just to the left of the pillar with the 2 eagles? Mm-hmm. That's where the entrance will be. Road service have cleared that. That's acceptable. That with a little bit of removal of the bank, there's a vision to this. So it's paired with the existing, and that's really for mortgage purposes. We can't share a laneway with a farm dwelling or a farmyard or a farm. So we're going in through the post and wire there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Just to ask David, I see here reference to it is not visually linked or sited to cluster with an established group of buildings on the farm. Presume that "or" is a very important word. You know, it allows possibilities. It can be either or. And in fairness, I do think David put up a strong case there that it achieves visual linkage, you know, and that's why I would be coming at that point positively, that the fact that the policy requirement is either visually linked or sited to cluster, I think based on that slide 59, the visual link is achieved, you know. And there's very particular characteristics of this site, you know, as explained by David there in his very strong presentation, that I think work for the site. You know, reading the report and then seeing that photograph, that slide was very necessary, you know, and does give me the impression that you can achieve visual linkage here.
Have you a question though, Barry?
Well,
questions for the agent.
I know. Rhetorical question. Just asking David, you know, do you agree?
Absolutely, Barry. As I understand, it's visually grouped with a farm buildings or farm dwelling, and we've had applications approved in the past where it's only viewed strictly with the principal farm dwelling. In this case, that's exactly where we are. But Darren's photograph, which I sort of hoped they had, was great for that. That links us straight back into the farm dwelling. So our farmyard, we're completely visually linked to either the farm dwelling or the farm buildings, and you can site to site either, as I understand.
Okay, and just for future reference, members, so that is noted, it is not speeches and then do we agree is the question. So we won't take that again. So everyone's on fair and due warning. Any other questions, members? Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions coming up. So David, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
And now we have Rosemary, who has waited patiently. So okay, sorry, Rosemary. Can I just clarify who is on the telephone ending in 85? Telephone user that's ending in 85. Could you identify yourself, please? You're on mute.
Yes, Chair, it's Stephen McLean here. Sorry.
Okay, Stephen, cheers. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Rosemary, floor is yours. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair, for allowing me the opportunity this afternoon. I know it's been a rather long afternoon, but however, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak on behalf of this planning application. Mr. Damien O'Kane's a young man hoping to get married within the next few months, and it is his plan to return to the family farm and support his father as his years advance. In this application, it's stated that the proposal is contrary to PPS 21, policy CTY 10. And I think we've looked at the maps this afternoon and that particular photograph, and we can see that certainly there is a visual linkage to the principal farm dwelling and the other outside buildings. Building on a shared laneway with shared access. For example, if we're building where number 112 or 116 will have consequences when the applicant is trying to get a mortgage. Thus the reason that the application has its own paired entrance, and the application has indicated a willingness also to reduce the size of his house to 1 story and have attic conversion. Regarding the issues of CTY 14, applicants indicated a willingness to work with the planning regulations by being receptive, as I've said, to a single story. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, with the planning application in front of you and your committee, from a young person wanting to return to the family farm and eventually inherit it as his father considers retirement, I ask you to take into consideration other points that have been drawn to your attention. Together with the Health and Safety Executive Report released in January this year, indicating that there were 7 fatalities in farms in 2021, a rise of 3 from 2020, the majority of which involved people of over 60 years of age. These were elderly gentlemen working alone on their own holdings. And I do think from a health and safety point of view, it is very necessary to have a young man back working with their elderly fathers on the farm. Chairman, I ask you to reconsider this application. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Rosemary. Aaron?
Members, just to be clear here in terms of the policy and the policy test, so there's no confusion. The policy's criteria C says the new building is visually linked or sited to cluster with an established group of buildings on the farm. So Councillor McElduff is correct. It's visually linked or sited to cluster, but it must be with an established group of buildings on the farm. So it's plural. That can be the farmhouse, but it has to be a group of buildings. So in this case, you are beside, I'll go back to the photograph just. The agent liked. No one. So you are beside number 116. That's only a single building though, so it would not be a group of buildings. The farm buildings then are further along the road, the question then is whether members consider it's visually linked or sited to cluster with an established group of buildings on the farm. Policy does give you guidance. It says that there should be little appreciation of any physical separation that may exist between the buildings. So little appreciation of any physical separation that may exist between the buildings. So just to clarify that for you, members.
Good on. Josephine?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, the first point I would make, Chair, is that, just looking at that photograph, Darren, if you could just go back to it, the one that you've just shown, in terms of the visual linkage. I mean, from my perspective, And I take the point that Mr. McKinley made about, you know, when you're viewing this site, really it is from the west. Well, I mean, I can definitely see, you know, the 116 and the farm buildings and the proposed site, and to my mind, they are definitely visually linked. My question then, Chair, in relation to the other reasons for refusal, I would just like to ask Darren's opinion, just in terms of the second reason for refusal. The site is unable to provide a suitable degree of enclosure for a 1.5-story building to integrate into the landscape. My question is, we're now talking about a single story dwelling. So, you know, is that acceptable to the planners in terms of the degree of enclosure and integration into the landscape? And finally then, Chair, in relation to the third point for refusal, the ancillary works to regrade the land and the construction of supporting structures. Mr. McKinley has said that the supporting wall will not be visible to the rear. And certainly looking at the photographs and the diagrams provided, it would seem to me that the regrading of the land would actually allow the new build to integrate with the surroundings. So, Chair, if I could just have Darren's comments on that, please. Thank you.
Yes, so within the report, it's actually written on the basis that it is a bungalow with a roof space conversion. Members, so with the report does cover those issues and does go through. It's considered to be even though it's a bungalow, it's considered to be prominent in the landscape and wouldn't visually integrate. I think the rest of the issues maybe were more comments by the councillor rather than questions, though. But I'm happy to take the others. The regrading of the land, etc. That all is on the basis that it's a bungalow with a roof space conversion. So the recommendation within the report and the reasons within the report would still stand.
Paul?
Members, it is just to say that when Darren puts up the photograph there, it's not a test of can they be seen together, can they be seen, you know, over the hills, but still seen. It is that visual linkage, and they have to be interlinked. And there is an appreciation of quite a separation between the building and the main buildings, and you know, physically separated by the hill and the vegetation as well. So I know consistently, you know, if we were getting queries by members of the public for similar sites like that, we would be telling them that it would be unacceptable and contrary to policy. Thanks, Chair.
Paul? All right.
Just read together, you know, used to be a phrase that was in vogue in planning years ago. You know, at site meetings, they read together. What's the difference between reading together and establishing a visual linkage? Because they do read together. As you approach that site, the two houses and the farm buildings do read together. And I mean, I think you've got to be adhering loyalty to the policy wording here as well. You know, does it mention that there's not allowed to be a hill or a hedge in between? I don't think it does. Now, I speak as someone who sat on the Environment Scrutiny Committee that looked at the PPS 21, and that's my memory of it. That, you know, you can't insert things that aren't there. You know, you can't take latitude. And in my mind, reading together might be an old description of visual linkage.
Maybe if I could assist.
Yeah, I think you should.
In terms of the planning policy, you have to remember you have to be interpreted objectively. So you have to interpret it objectively in accordance with the language used and read in its proper context. That's the legal sort of approach to planning policy. And ultimately, if we end up in court with a judicial review, that's what the judge will ask us and look at. In terms of the planning policy, I always say to people, what does it say in the planning policy? Not what you think it might say or what it has said in the past, etc. So The key thing is that it's visually linked or sited to cluster with an established group of buildings on the farm. That is the policy test. You can determine that using your judgment based on your experience and the evidence presented to you. The guidance then accompanying the policy does give you some assistance in what that means. And this is where it talks about little appreciation of any physical separation that may exist between them. So in this case, members, you can decide that it is visually linked, or you can say, no, it's not, but I still want to approve it because, or you can refuse.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to everybody that's taken part so far. Just with regard to this application, I'm just wondering, is there any merit in maybe deferring it for further discussion between the agent, the applicant, and the planning officers on this issue? Because today there's four reasons for refusal, and they're going to be quite difficult to overcome at this stage. Maybe if you can give us some sort of an answer there, Darren, it'll be helpful at this time on that.
Well, certainly the clarification on what is proposed, in other words, it's a bungalow with a roof space conversion, has assisted officers in knowing exactly what is being presented to you today. And that has lessened the visual impact from what I would normally take as a story in a half dwelling. Officers have chatted to the agent about alternatives and looked at possible solutions to overcome the issues. None of those were really going anywhere. So I would encourage members to make a decision today. The deferrals are great where there's a realistic opportunity of getting something at the end of it. On this one, I don't think that is going to be a solution. So I'd encourage members to, if possible, reach a decision today.
Thank you for that clarification, and thanks for now. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair, I'm just wondering, in the second paragraph there, the recommendation, is it fair to say that the issue of prominence can be tackled, is being tackled, you know, by David McKinley, the agent, and the applicant? They've explained how they're addressing that with, you know, levels and site, that type of thing.
I don't mean to be rude, Councillor, but that's the decision for you to make.
Okay.
And that's a
Yeah.
comment rather than a question. So
Okay, but I'm creating a context for something here, you know what I mean? You have to create a context. In this case, I'm prepared to propose approval of the application. I'm not sure if it'll gain traction with anybody else, but it's, I've just looked at it, very, very struck by slide 59 and visual linkage. So in light of that, I'm prepared to propose that it be approved.
sorry, Councillor, could I ask just, it would need a bit of a more detailed comment just on the reasons for refusal. There's the issues are, it's not visually linked with a group of buildings. And I think you've commented on that previously, and if you want to repeat that, that'll be fine. The second issue then is the prominence and the lack of integration, and then the impact of the ancillary works. Those would be the three reasons.
Yeah. I did hear the agent address the issue of levels and overcoming and prominence. You know, my own thought initially was that it was rising landform, and sometimes rising landform can aid integration in the same way that vegetation to the rear of a property can. But whenever it says that there has to be a visual linkage or site clustered, I'm satisfied that that achieves visual linkage. And it might be fairly subjective, this, but I think visual linkage is achieved. So it meets the policy, it meets the criteria. On the basis of my subjective assessment that it does visually link. And, you know, there's a degree of distance. You know, how do you measure that? You know, in terms of when is the separation too large or too little. But certainly if you were driving along that road, you would read, all of those buildings would read together. So that's my logic. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Barry. Josephine?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, Chair, I do agree with Councillor McElduff that, in my opinion, there is visual linkage. However, Chair, if I could just ask Darren if he would kindly put up the slide where you know, the agent has provided an artist. Yes, that's the one. Chair, now to me, looking at that view, and I think it probably is a fair representation of the final site. Personally, I would feel that new building, you know, would not. I think that it really does integrate quite well, and I don't really agree that the ancillary works or the supporting structures fail to integrate with their surroundings. So on the basis of that, Chair, I would be content to second Councillor McElduff's proposal that we would approve this application, contrary to the officer's recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Josephine. Glenn?
Yes, Chairman, Councillor Deegan has beat me to it. I'm also content with the justification and provided by Councillor McElduff. I would agree that we have special language here, and I support the thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Glenn. Alan?
Well, thank you, Chair. And likewise, I'm happy to support the councillor's proposal. I'm taking on board what our supporting councillor's remarks. I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron.
Yeah, likewise, Chairman. No doubt about it. If you're, in my interpretation, if you're driving along that road, they're visually linked and it meets my criteria. Well, I'm prepared to support what has been proposed here by Councillor McElduff, seconded by Councillor Dr. Dane, and supported by other councillors.
Okay, members, you've heard it proposed and seconded. Are we all in agreement? Okay, Darren?
So, members, application L3, LA 10 2022-0895. The recommendation of officers was to refuse planning permission. Members have not agreed with the recommendation and have voted to approve planning permission for the dwelling. In relation to conditions, members, could I ask that the power to attach conditions is delegated back to officers just to agree? There'll be standard conditions related to the siting, the height, landscaping and access, roads conditions, etc.
Sure, Barry and Josephine, you're happy with that? Thank
Agreed,
you.
Chair.
Cheers, thank you. Okay. Thank you, Darren. We're going to move along to application number 4, and that's LA 10 2022-0828.
So number 4 then, members, LA 10 2022-0828. It's a full application for 1.5-storey dwelling and detached garage for Mr. and Mrs. D. Clements on a site 270 metres southwest of 120 Newton Savile Road, 6 Mile Cross. The recommendation of officers is to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to 2 reasons. So members, the application is made under CTY 10 as a house on a farm. Farm maps have been provided and those are included on the screen. Just you can see then the parcels of land that the applicant has within the business, 2 parcels. This is another map then accompanying the application. There is an active and established farm business and nothing has been sold off. The site location plan then shows the location of the dwelling. So you can see the Newton Savile Road then running sort of top to bottom of the slide. There'll be an entrance to the new dwelling and then the laneway coming up, and the house then will be sited in the positions shown on the slide with the additional lands in blue in the control of the applicant. The block plan is a full application, so there is accompanying plans and details, and this shows the specific location of the site on the field. And then the elevation of the dwelling. So it's a bungalow appearance. There's 2 front projections and a central porch projection, and then a double garage as well. So you look from the report, members, that there is a farmhouse and a farm group on the holding. The proposed site for the new dwelling is not visually linked or sited to cluster with this group of buildings or any other buildings on the farm. The location away from the group is not an exception to policy. There are sites closer to the group which would visually link or cluster. and there's no demonstrable reason or plans to expand the farm group, allowing an off-site location. The applicant has sought to justify the location by stating they would not be able to get a mortgage within 75 metres of the farm group. And environmental health of the council's environmental health advises separation distance is required, and this is the best site. So, however, members, there's alternative sites across the road which would meet the policy and allow a reasonable degree of separation. These are the slides in from Google Street View, members, just showing the location of the site. So you can see it's up on the left-hand side under the blue arrow. And as you approach along the road, you see the separation distance with the farm group across the road and the site then up on the hill. Moving along then, that's just turning left to look up towards the application site. It's in amongst those trees. They look like ash trees, members, so they're up in there. So in terms of the alternative sites, there's no dispute that there are no sites on the same side as the farm group. That building that's under construction there is now being completed and is used for livestock. So it'd be unreasonable to site anybody on that end of the farm group to the north. If we move along, you can see the farm buildings and the old farmhouse then beside it. The applicant does own that green field to the right-hand side, but again, it would be unreasonable to suggest that as an alternative because the whole side of the hill would have to be cut out with large retaining structures, which wouldn't be acceptable. So there are no alternative sites on that side of the road. You can see the farmhouse on the right-hand side, and then the applicant owns the lands to the left. Across the road then there is an area of land which appears to have been recently filled from the slope that has been cut on beside the farmhouse. That area there is suitable for a dwelling and would visually link and cluster, similar to the last one, with that dwelling and meet the policy tests. The agent has tried to rule out or has sought to rule out those sites and has provided supporting information. This map shows the surface water, areas of surface water ponding, and you can see above the farm group there's an area there, and across the road as well there are two areas of ponding. However, there's an area that isn't affected by surface water flooding. In any event, you can build within these areas. The policy doesn't preclude you from doing it, unlike flooding from rivers, for example, where you're not allowed to build. You are allowed to build within these surface water areas. The supporting plan then from the agent on the screen shows number 120, so that's the principal farmhouse and the farm buildings. And the agent has referred to a 75-metre rule around those buildings, in which he says he will not get a mortgage, and therefore there should be no approval and those sites should be excluded. Across the road then, he's got an area annotated as extended farmyard, machinery store, etc., and has drawn a 75-metre zone around that. That extended farmyard does not have planning permission, and no approval has been granted for that. And there's no justification for that, and if it is to be considered, it would need to be retained and respectively first. In any event, there's room there for a new dwelling to sit beside the farmyard. The 75-metre rules as well, councillors, that's not within planning policy. That's something that seems to have cropped in. There are plenty of examples of houses built beside existing farm groups and farmhouses throughout the countryside. I'm sure you've seen plenty of new houses being built beside farm groups and farmhouses. The issue about getting a mortgage as well. This application site shares a laneway which accesses the fields. So there appears to be no issue about getting an access off an existing farm lane, which is often raised as a concern. So those issues would not be sufficient to overcome the policy objections. Again, that's just an aerial image showing the position of the new house in relation to the existing farm buildings and farm group. And then the agent sent this in today just and asked that it be presented as a supporting image. And really it's similar to the Google Street View image you've seen before. So you can see the farm group on the right hand side, and then way over on the left at the top of the slope is the application site. So the recommendation then is to refuse for 2 reasons within the report and for the reasons listed.
Thanks, Darren. Okay, David?
Yeah, still here, Chair.
Have your 10 minutes.
Thank you. Applications were refused basically under 2 CTY1 and CTY10. CTY1, as we know, will falter if we overturn CTY10. The reason CTY10 is that it's, as far as the new building is not visually linked or sited to cluster with an established group of buildings on the farm, and it's not an exception to policy. We have submitted a lengthy document as to the genuine reasons for the location of the site in detail. We believe we've demonstrated why this site should be where it is proposed. The farm has constraints, and Darren went over them very well, in that the side next 120, that side of the road has rising ground in one area, and you'll end up like the house on number 120 eating into the bank, and that's not supported by policy. Likewise, the existing farm shades that's over there rules out the extent of that field up to the next lane away from 120. So we've got the opposite side of the road, and they're happy enough to allow development on that side. The last, so basically, where are we there? Hold on. Basically, that the site where Darren's considering is an area I've checked on Google Earth. That site has made a start in 2015. And has progressed, getting slightly bigger, and a couple of years after that, it's used for storing sort of slurry tankers and various tankers, etc. This location commenced, as I say, back in 15, and that's quite clear in Google Earth. And if that's the case, it should be exempt because it's over the 5 years. The reason why the farmer's chosen to store machinery there is that it's viewed securely from 120, the house directly opposite. You're looking straight at it, and that flood storm water will not affect in any way the machinery stored as they're sitting on wheels and they're sitting up out of the grove. You will note that there's no permanent buildings located there for the same reason as I would not like to support a dwelling in this location, in that if it floods, there's a potential for damage, and again, no insurance thereafter. I believe the CS to locate the dwelling within this location is wrong. If floodwaters increase stormwater areas, I believe the water can't get away to locate a dwelling in this area as potential flooding, be it only stormwater. It's not a dwelling I would be supervising for a mortgage, because I cannot be satisfied that the dwelling and the site will not flood. Reading through the report, the site proposed completely satisfies CTY 13 and 14 in regards to design and in regards to integration. So there's only one location the site can now be located. The photo submitted this morning, that's the one I showed you, highlighted. Basically, the first photo Darren showed you, it shows the gable of the house and the gable of the shades. If you can go back to that one, Darren, maybe it's easier to go to the last one, or that one there. That's perfect. You can see on the circle outlined in green is the farm dwellings, be it the gable, and you can see sort of to the left of the tree the farm buildings. Now, the house is up in amongst the trees up there. Where we're proposing to put the site, the planning proposed to put the site is in the middle of the copse of trees between the two circled areas. You know, half of that site still shown potentially as flooding. The access in still showing as flooding. I'd have concerns in putting a house in there. There's wildlife issues with that's sitting fully saturated with water. There'll be additional trees to be removed. That's again a sort of an integration issue. The foundations, I can't comment. I know it's not taking part of it, but it is bogland, basically bogland in there, and foundations, and that's not supportive in any way. But to ask somebody to live in a squallow hole, basically, which is really what it's going to be, is unfair. This is a farmer's son. It's the other farmer's son. Arnie lives in 120. This is the other son that helps out in the farm as well, and he's chose to build on his home place. So that's basically me. And as far as the 75-meter rule goes, if I've got a minute, can I ask the question? I have put in applications citing beside an ordinary applicant citing beside a farmyard. And citing beside a farmyard, whilst Darren suggests EHD environmental health has no concerns, they do in that case, because they will not let me put a house. If I applied for that, they would not let me put a house beside the farmyard unless there's a 75-meter separation distance. And that's constant throughout every council in Northern Ireland. That's me. I'm afraid that's all I've got to say. Any questions? I'll certainly take it. Thank you.
Thanks, David.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. No, I was just going back to that term, and I never heard it before, and Darren used the ponding, David, flooding, and there's no rivers there at all, or is there poor drainage in them fields? And Is it after a couple of days heavy rain, the fields flood for a day or two and just go away, disappear then? Or I'm not familiar with the ponding or the issues with it.
Is that a question to myself? Is it or yep?
Yep.
It seems to flood the rivers behind the hill, further on behind the proposed site, but the water seems to stick there and doesn't get away. It's been left to grow wild. It's been left with trees, so it's just fully saturated, and it just holds the water. I think there's a shuck further on over north of the site that's not fit to take all of the water, but it's sitting continually flooded, from what I understand. And on the few occasions that I looked into it, it had water throughout the site. So if that helps.
Thanks, David.
Thank you.
Any other questions, members? If not, I have two representations by Rosemary and Stephen, so I'm inclined to move to that if we're all content. Okay, moving on. Rosemary and Stephen, you have 5 minutes, so whichever way you want to split that up between you.
If you're happy enough.
Yep.
Okay, Stephen.
Who wants to go first?
I'm happy for Rosemary to go ahead there, Chair.
Okay, thank you,
Excellent.
Stephen.
Thanks, Steve.
Once again, Chair, thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon on behalf of this planning application for Mr. and Mrs. David Clemens. David supports his father on the farm with more of the arduous physical and more dangerous work. He frequently works in the farm in the evening, and at present he's living 5 miles from the farm and comes out most evenings to help the farm. And again, I reiterate the dangers of farmers, older farmers working together, working on their own on farms, and particularly the fatalities that have been over the past year. With regard to considering this alternative site that perhaps was suggested, this is a very swampy woodland area. It's waterlogged most of the year, and as maps have shown, is very prone to flooding. And of course, this will leave us with problems getting insurance for the home, if there was a home built there in the future. Building in this waterlogged swampy area would impact on and damage the special flora and fauna in that area, and also necessitate the removal of tree vegetation. And of course, at the moment, this is contrary to our thoughts in relation to the ammonia strategy, where we're trying to grow more trees in the area, and yet here, if we went into this area, we'd have to remove them. Also, if one was to build in this area, that you have extra foundation piling, perhaps, and you have extra construction costs, and all of that leads to extra carbon footprint. So, Mr. Chairman, looking at those few reasons, I ask you and your committee to favourably reconsider this application, give this young man encouragement and the support he needs to return to his father's farm and help out. Thank you.
Thanks, Rosemary. Steve?
Okay, thank you, Chairman, and I'm very happy to support the Clemens family again this afternoon at this application. A lot's been said, and I think there was an excellent presentation by David McKinley there, Chairman, who I feel has adequately addressed the reasons for refusal. I'm fully sympathetic with what the Clemens family is trying to do in terms of where to site this particular property, and Rosemary has touched on the flooding risk and the swampy area there, and I would commend them for being prudent in their approach to find a suitable site. In terms of the farm, as you know, it's active for 6 years. It beat that test, and also there's been no opportunity sold off. So it's ticking all the boxes of a particular application, in my opinion. And in terms of visual linkage, I think the prolonged debate and lengthy debate that was had in the last application is relevant here as well. So just whenever you're coming to your decision, Chair and Committee, I would ask that you should bear in mind the last debate that you had in terms of visual linkage and what is visual linkage, how is it quantified. So I'll leave it at that there, Chairman. Thanks very much.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Darren, have you any comments?
No, just no comments. I haven't taken questions, members, but I'd just like to clarify the agent said that Environmental Health Department will not let anyone put a house beside a farmyard. That's not actually correct. If you want to apply beside your farmyard, there's no reason why Environmental Health would say no. In any case, it's not for environmental to decide. It's planning officers come forward with a recommendation and you make the decision ultimately. So that 75-metre rule that's creeping in more and more, it's not relevant. In any case, the banks are not saying you will not get an approval for a mortgage beside a farm building. It's what type of farm building is what they're interested in. So if it's a dry storage farm building, there's no reason why they wouldn't give a mortgage. So this issue about mortgages, etc., would not be something to use to overcome the planning policy. In terms of the surface water flooding, as the council referred to, that's the ponding of surface water, so rainfall. That's not flooding that comes from a river or a water course that comes down. We've had examples before the committee before where we've approved houses on areas of surface water ponding. The key issue is so long as you don't impact then on a neighbour and flood the neighbour from the surface water ponding. In terms of the site itself though, I just go back, you can see the ponding is only in the purple areas. So the areas outside the purple are not affected by the surface water ponding. And that would include on the left there, you can see the area of land there that's been filled with the soil. So that would not pond because it's outside the ponding area.
Okay, Chair's turn. Members, the decision is yours. Oh.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It's just to follow on from what Darren's saying there, members. And I had picked up, I suppose, a conversation with our Environmental Health Department just in relation because this was becoming more prevalent in all these applications where the 75-metre rule was getting quoted. And it is just to confirm that Environmental Health, they have advised that they don't really get involved or have not been involved in specific applications or offering advice. And it is all to do with the specifics of a particular application. And this 75-metre rule, it doesn't apply and it's just been made in a general sweeping sense across all these applications. So certainly not a rule of planning, members, and nothing that's material in this application. In terms of the stormwater and the drainage, many applications will get a drainage plan which will address the ponding and that's surface water flooding. So I'd say not a significant issue to overcome with any application or site. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Paul. Robert?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. I've listened and I was listening intently to Councillor McElduff, my compatriot of many years, in regard to his issue about visual linkage and reading together and everything like that. And I think David McKinley on this stage, I have been sort of critical of him in the past, not providing enough information to address recommendations for refusal. But I think in this case, fair play to him, he's done a reasonable job, so he needs a pat on the back. Credit where credit is due.
Sure, I
David,
appreciate that, Robert.
Yeah, that's okay. I think in that regard too, the issue of the informal vehicle storage and everything like that, irrespective of whether it's got planning permission or not, and I think there was an attempt by David to say that it's been there long enough to actually have achieved permission by reason of longevity. That's an issue, David, that you'd have to go through a CLUD process. So maybe I would be advising that you do that as well, just to copper bottom and cement plate what you're actually doing. But I take on board the issue with regard to ponding. And I know we can mitigate ponding with regard to drainage plans and everything like that. But the issue with this, and the location is not that far from the farm group, but I believe that adequate reasons have been provided that would overturn recommendation 1 for refusal, in that there is a reason why it's located where it is in regard to as close a proximity to an existing group of building as possible, and for the reason of ponding and disruption to the ecosystem that surrounds that. I'm happy enough that proposal 2 would fall as well in that if we overcome proposal 1. So I'm going against the officer's recommendation and I propose an approval. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Tom.
Cheers. Thanks, Robert. Alan?
Well, Chair, I travel this road pretty regular and I know it really well, and I know the area that's been referred to as the ponding. And quite honestly, as for drainage, it would take a pretty sizable drainage scheme to get it, the water right away to the river. And maybe if the river's in flood or at a high level, it would reverse back up again. And I have looked at the map and the photos here, and I take into consideration the existing trees there that are in existence, and I think it is a really good site, and I'm happy to second Councillor Evans' proposal.
Thanks, Alan. Earl?
Yeah, just to support Councillor Irvine and Councillor Alan Rooney on their proposal seconding of this.
Okay. Okay, members, you've had it proposed and seconded. Are we all in agreement? Okay, thank you. Darren?
So members, application 4 LA 10 2022-0828, recommendation of officers was to refuse permission. Members have not gone with the recommendation, but have granted approval for the dwelling. In terms of conditions, members, again, if I could ask that just to be delegated back to office for standard conditions. That's agreeable.
I'm sure Robert and Alan are happy with that. Yep. Okay, thanks, members. Can I have a proposal and seconder to extend Earl and Paul? Thank you. And I believe that with a good win, we will get our remaining items dealt with. So we move to note the schedule of planning decisions issued, and we continue in the vein of providing the 2 months previous there to give you a bit of context. Thank you. Robert? You're happy to second?
Yep.
Okay, members, thank you. Want to move on then and move to note the update report on planning appeals in January, and that is paper D. Paul?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And members, look, the reports for noting there. This was an appeal against an enforcement notice, and the Commissioner quashed the notice and allowed the appeal on ground A. That's a deemed application. The details are within the report. That was subject to conditions, and there was no applications for costs by any party. I suppose, members, at this stage, if the Chair is content, be appropriate to give you an update on our own challenge against the PAC's decision on a previous appeal that has came before you. And that related to LA 10 2018 1246. Mr. Niall McKelvey was the applicant. So we lodged our papers, members, and our affidavit with the courts, and the case was heard by the courts on the 13th of February. And neither the PAC nor the applicant contested the challenge, and the appeal was decision of the courts was the quash the decision of the PAC. So that'll be referred back now to the PAC for them to retake the decision by a different commissioner, and there's no indication at this stage how long that will take. But members, I think just based on the fact that it wasn't contested by the PAC or the applicant, is a reflection, I suppose, on the nature and the context of the decision and the reasoning of the Commissioner. So, thanks, Chair.
Okay, cheers for the update, Paul. Aaron?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thanks to Paul for that report. I'm happy to propose to note stage. Thank you.
Thank you. And Robert?
Sorry, happy to second. Thank you.
Thank you. All agreed? Okay, we move to item number 7, to consider report on the Fermanagh District Council Local Development Plan.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So members, this is a report in relation to the LDP. Just following on from our own steering group meeting on the 31st of January, where we had sort of looked at the direction that we had received from DFI and the next steps, and as we propose now to progress on to adopt the plan strategy. I suppose this paper just seeks the committee endorsement in relation to the decision of the LDP steering group, and that was to carry out a public consultation on the statutory documents associated with the plan strategy, and not to carry out any additional public consultation in relation to the schedule of modifications. The details are within the report, members. You'll be aware of it. It was discussed in detail at the steering group meeting. The consultation opened on the 3rd of February and it's ongoing. Will close on the 2nd of March. And once we receive any comments received during that consultation period, members, and the consultation closes, then we can take those all into consideration, and pending the outcome of that, then we can move forward to potentially adopt the plan strategy. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Robert?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Tom. No, as I chair that steering group now, I think it was thoroughly discussed at the time, but just a quick update for those members that weren't there. The direction that came down from the Commission to the department essentially wasn't altered by the department. Sort of pre-warning was given to our officers to sort of look for a fact and spell check, which they did and completed back. The department was very grateful for that and may become a part of their procedure going forward with regard to other IEs. It should be noted that in her direction, the Commissioner to the department noted that all the proposals that were made by us during independent examination, 70 in total, should be agreed and incorporated into the draft plan strategy. And she further then made a further recommendation totaling, I think it was 50. But in essence, those 50 in substance, either individually or collectively, aren't substantive and are minor in nature. So I think that is an extremely good news. The issue now that we're talking about with regard to a further consultation, it's merely on the attachments, the addendums. We have already consulted on them, but I think our barrister felt that it would be fail-safe to a certain extent if we went out and consulted on the amendments to them and come back. So we're not actually consulting on the draft plan strategy. There is no recourse back to the Commissioner through the IE, and we're accepting that as total. So our hope is that the consultation period finishes on the 2nd of March, and unless there's something untoward coming forward, it's the intention of our officers that we go forward with the draft plan strategy and the recommendations coming from the department's direction from the inspector on the 16th of March, and we adopt and move forward then, and that will give our officers room to actually start substantive work on the local policies plan. All I can say is it's extremely good news, really is. Taken a long time to get here, and I commend, as sure as the chair, Tom, has already done too, in the steering group, our officers for getting us this stage and actually preparing us for the next stage, which will be moving forward. So I'm happy to note and propose the report. Thank you. Thank you, Tom.
Okay, and Paul is seconding. All agreed, members? Okay, thank you. Moving to correspondence then, 8.1, we have correspondence from the Department of Infrastructure and an improvement program.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So this is a letter to your Chief Executive from Julie Thompson, who's taken forward the Plan and Improvement Programme. And members will be aware of our own sort of local improvements as well. So there's been a lot of engagement with the EFI, with our chief executive, acting on behalf of Solace, and all our representatives of the heads of planning group. And both local and central government, we agree that there is a need to make the planning system more efficient and effective. And it's essential we all play our part in that, and we're obviously taking forward our own local improvements as well. I think the nature of the letter is they sort of focus on that regional group on a number of priority actions that will make the most difference in terms of performance. And we'll take those forward. The EFI will take them forward, and we'll have our own local leads and council, and we'll be involved in those as well through forums, through the development management, enforcement, and LDP forums. So it is, I suppose, recognised as well, members, that there's a number of recommendations coming out of the NIO report and the PAC report that are considered as business as usual for us, and those are all set out there. There's 9 of them in total. And I suppose we're fairly comfortable with the amount of work that we have done locally in terms of planning improvement. And, you know, we can set that out in any response. Julie's requested a response by 20th of February. So we're happy to set out our own work and how we're contributing those business as usual recommendations is coming forward, members. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Have I proposer and second to note? Paul and John, all agreed? Thank you, members. Our 8.2 then is Department of Infrastructure relating to Council's revised scheme of delegation. Paul?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And look, members, I'm not going to go into too much detail on this. This is the revised scheme of delegation that was before the committee in December and before P&R then in January. And it relates to amending the scheme of delegation to allow applications where there's an NI water network capacity issue to be dealt with by officers rather than coming before the committee. And that was just to streamline those applications. So we sent it's required by the legislation, we sent the scheme of delegation to the EFI for approval, and this correspondence just says that they're content with it and have approved it. And then just in accordance with the legislation, then we've published that scheme of delegation on the website, and it's available within our key offices. Thanks, Chair.
Earl?
Yep. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Paul, for that. Proposed to note.
Thank you. And have a seconder? Paul, thank you. All agreed? Okay, moving to 8.3 then. It's Northern Ireland Water in relation to Enniskillen Sewerage Network.
Thanks, Chair. And really, members, just for noting, I think at one of the previous committees, members had asked us to write the NI Water in terms of Enniskillen and sort of look at the potential implications or request some comment on the implications of the issues with network capacity in Enniskillen and the potential, you know, or the implication that that will have on our growth and development within the area. And you can see the sort of detail set out within the NI Water reply. And I suppose it's really budget constraints that are their main issue, and they've set that out, and they've set out some of their investment over the next PC21 period, right up to 26-27, account for 2.2 billion, and how that will take forward some of the wastewater capacity issues, but that will not address all issues, and the issue is really funding. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, it's an interesting response. Doesn't actually tell us anything. It tells us what they may well do in future times, but doesn't detail anything. Tommy?
Tom, thank you, Chair. But again, it's just in the letter I see that they did refer to the 2.2 billion investment that they're making, and I think we all know in this chamber, and it has to be reiterated every time we hear it, that I think thanks to Councillor Green, I believe we're receiving 0.06% of that 2 billion in our district. And given that we're the largest council district, and our small villages, never mind Enniskillen town, are all now being restricted on planning due to the lack of infrastructure. our roads are a shambles, the water service is a shambles. You know what I mean? It's an ongoing process, but we have to reiterate it at every opportunity that it is totally unacceptable. Again, every meeting we have with every statutory agency, as we had lately, it's all back to budgets. So there is a reality check needs, and the West certainly needs more investment. Chair.
Are you willing to note, Tommy?
Certainly, Chair, yeah.
Thank you. And a seconder, Rob. Thank you. Okay. Going to move then to item 8.4 then from Northern Ireland Environment Agency. In delays in statutory consultees.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And again, members, this was correspondence that we had received from NIA previously, and members had requested us to go back and ask for timeframes. And unfortunately, the letter doesn't provide any clarification at all. However, it sort of sets out that the Director, Mr. Mark Harmond, would be happy to provide more clarity on the implementation and the continued development of performance improvement measures within DAERA. So I suppose, members, there's a potential to request Dr. Mark Harmond to come and speak before us if members would feel that would be useful. Thanks, Chair.
Does members, I put it, feel it would be useful? That's a unanimous, I'm not sure, but and Josephine?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Paul, for your report. Yes, I think this would be useful, Chair, and I'm happy to propose that. Thank you.
Have I a seconder? Barry? Okay, members, at a convenient time, Paul, you may arrange that for us. And then we have any other relevant business. There's none indicated to me, so I'm going to move into confidential matters. So if I could, Robert and Earl, thank you. just get a little nod that we're back. Okay, excellent. Kim, do you want to?
Thank you, Chair. So during confidential business, members considered correspondence from DAERA NIEA Water Management Unit, and the correspondence was noted.
Okay, members, thank you. Could we just have a proposal and second to note that? Earl and Alan, thank you. Okay, members, that concludes all our business. So thank you very much for all your cooperation and for all of the people who attended, and Josephine for sticking the course online. So we'll see you all.